was an answer to the stupid question, what's sometimes called a tin sandwich? That's what we would like to know. 215-263. WMMR, 'tis Lauren that we go to. Lauren, good morning.
Hi, good morning.
All right, Lauren, lay it on us. What instrument is sometimes called a tin sandwich?
A harmonica.
She's right. Really? Yeah, Lauren, hang on. And you are going to go see Skid Row and Buck Cherry.
Then what's a Cleveland Steamer?
It's called the Gangs All Here Tour, Wednesday, September 13th at the Keswick Theater in Glenside. And tickets are on sale now via AXS.com and complete details at WMMR.com. I got a bunch of things to share with you guys. We're going to start with this. Arnold Schwarzenegger recalled a frightening medical experience in a video shared to YouTube recently. He explained that his doctors made a mistake while performing a non-invasive valve replacement surgery.
Ooh.
He said, I woke up and all of a sudden the doctors were in front of me saying, I'm so sorry, but it was unlike what we planned. They said that they made a mistake and poked through the heart wall.
Yeah, you don't want to hear that.
And had to open me up very quickly to save my life. He said I was really freaking out over the whole thing. Yeah. That's him trying to hold him down on the gurney. Yeah.
It's like they say in Total Recall.
He included a video of himself walking the halls of the hospital with a walker to recover.
Please keep it down.
Following the surgery, he said the
Could you imagine you come out of surgery and the doctor says that to you?
Yeah, he said the bottom line is you cannot roll the clock back. He said it was a disaster. I was in the middle of a disaster, so now how do I get out of it?
My nipples are very sensitive.
And he said you have to shift gears. You collect yourself, shift gears, and say, okay, what I need to do now is get out of this hospital.
Arnold's got a weird thing going on with his head right now. His eyebrows and his beard are mostly white, but he continues to dye the top of his head. So it looks like two different people.
You're right.
And
It's crazy.
Yeah, it's a little odd looking.
Different colors of my face.
So when he said, you know,
my mule?
When he said I had to get out of the hospital, and he said I looked like an idiot waddling around the hallway. But the bottom line was a doctor said you have to exercise your lungs because if you get pneumonia, you can die. He said we did it because I have a positive attitude. 3 months later, I started shooting Terminator 6. So they actually penetrated his heart wall. That's pretty, that could have gotten
that sucks.
really, really bad.
I wonder, well, listen, we live in a litigious society. I wonder, you know.
Yeah,
I mean,
I don't know. He said he was freaking out, so I don't know, but he's doing okay. Bob Barker's cause of death has been revealed. The beloved host of The Price is Right died from Alzheimer's disease. I know, that was really sad to hear. He's
such a sharp guy for all of his life.
I wonder how long he suffered.
That's a good question.
Hopefully not a long time.
Passed away on Saturday at the age of 99. His longtime partner, Nancy Burnett, told Entertainment Tonight up until several months before his passing, Bob routinely participated in conversation and bedside exercises.
Okay.
So at least but that still doesn't mean he was totally with it and everything,
Right.
but he was talking, so that's good.
I didn't know that could be a cause of death.
Absolutely.
Like, I thought that was just, you know, with the brain. I didn't realize it could, I didn't realize it could cause death.
No, my buddy's father died from Alzheimer's, and it's the ticking clock, you know. I mean, it's unfortunate, but
it's insidious.
Can kill you. Barker's representative, Roger Neal, also told the outlet, I can't stress enough the great care that Nancy took of him. It was around the clock. The fact that he got to stay in his home, the same house since the 1950s, to be able to live there his whole adult life and be able to be home when he passed, I think it was very fortunate.
So he died in the home he had since the 50s?
I guess so.
That's pretty amazing.
That is, yeah. You would think over that time that he would probably upgrade. I got to imagine if you bought a house.
Why are we living in this dump?
Well, in the 1950s, I mean, you know, along the way, I'm sure they could have upsized, you know, because in the 50s he was making a good living, but he wasn't a superstar the way
or maybe
he
just
became.
Added onto it or built in it or invested wisely. It's always been sort of my dream to die in Bob Barker's house.
I know.
Yeah.
And how selfish of him.
I know.
Well, now you can.
Now I can. There's room now.
Yeah. Okay. Kylie Jenner and Timothy Chalamet made things official during Beyonce's Renaissance tour in L.A. on Monday night. The pair can be seen making out in a VIP section in a video that was obtained by TMZ.
Yeah, it's extensive PDA, Preston.
Yeah.
I mean, they're wrapped all over each other.
I know.
And good for them.
Yeah?
Yeah.
All right.
You know what? He has Dune.
No, I love Timothy
Yeah.
Chalamet. I don't want him integrating in the Jenner Kardashian family. I don't know.
Listen, you can't avoid it.
I guess
The gender universe is large and expansive. You need to open your mind to the possibilities that exist, Preston.
I just can't stand that family, and I like
You're
him.
being held prisoner to your perception of time. It's much different out here.
What if Preston
Yes, Nick?
it's and Caitlin, it's like a conquest. He's like, he can check this one off the list.
Just a notch.
Yeah. And then it's not a notch on the belt, and then he's going to move on. And it's not like a relationship thing, but he can be like, yeah, I nailed one of the Jenners.
Yeah, so Nick, that's a good point. Nick makes a good point, Preston. Nick is saying basically this is just a notch in his belt. He's just, that's my daughter!
Thank you, Captain. Chris Gardner, the senior staff writer for The Hollywood Reporter, joked on social media, mark your calendars. On Beyonce's 42nd birthday, Timothy Chalamet and Kylie Jenner made their public debut at Sophie Stadium to see Bay's Renaissance stop on September 4th.
Oh, Bay.
Is it SoFi or SoFi?
It is SoFi,
SoFi, yeah.
SoFi.
Other stars who attended the show on Monday night included Niecy Nash, Haley Bailey.
Yes.
Is that right? Halle
Yeah.
Bailey. Laverne Cox, Zendaya. Now, I
You
know
know
I'm
that
pronouncing
one.
that
Yeah,
right.
you
'cause
got
it's
that.
not Zendaya.
Nailed it.
Tom Holland, Kim Kardashian, Khloe Kardashian, and more. Thank you. Got a few
Who's
points.
Ann Moore?
Ann Moore. Yeah, she's a tap dancer from the 40s.
Oh, okay.
The Ann Moore Review.
Oh.
Played the Catskills a lot. I will tell you this, Casey.
Everyone loves the dancing stylings of Ann Moore and her trained chimp Bongo.
Bongo. Ow, that hurt my side.
It's really cool she brought a chimp along.
Absolutely.
It was the 40s.
Always the animal lover. Of course, by the time it turns 12, she'll have to shoot it because they become aggressive.
She just take it out back?
Yeah,
Absolutely. By the dumpsters. There's a whole stack of dead chimps back there.
Bongo 1. Bongo 2.
there's Bongo 2.
You can't even make out Bongo 3. That's because the raccoons got to his face.
Casey made the point, and I agree with it, though, about Kylie. The
What
work
about
that
her?
she's had done,
It's good.
it's good.
It's really, really.
If you look at what she was and what
Yeah.
she's become, money well spent.
But the question is, will she continue doing that over time? How old is she? You don't need to get work done that young.
And she actually came to the realization. In fact, she had in fact, you reported on it that she talked about she regretted getting some of the procedures that she's had done.
I guess that's not necessarily true. If you have a feature and you're younger and you just don't like it and you want to change it, that's okay.
Look at the side by side
Yeah.
here. Here's your perfect example.
Like I told you, my friend Keith had a gigantic nose, and he had
He
a
got that
nose
fixed.
job when he was in high school. He needed it.
I don't know how she can regret any of the work that she had done because, honest to God, and I don't. I need to be careful with the language that I use because I know that when I look in the mirror, like. There's nothing to write home about. So,
Well,
but she
you're
would
putting
not
it in
be
context of this, and I know what you're saying.
She would not have the success that she has.
I agree.
If she didn't have any of that work done.
Casey, you would not be able to sell a cosmetics line.
She couldn't sell lip kit because she doesn't have lips.
Right. Yes.
I mean, that's a good point.
Still a cute girl before the.
She absolutely
Yeah,
was. By our human standards,
Yeah.
yes.
But she would have looked odd. This is awful
Next
to
to
say.
the rest of the family?
Next to the rest of the
I
family.
agree. I agree. All right, I'm moving on because this is a follow-up to yesterday's story. Joe Jonas has filed for divorce from Sophie Turner after 4 years of marriage and 2 children. So this did happen yesterday. We had reports he was hiring a lawyer, and now he has filed.
You're always way ahead of the entertainment curve.
The 34-year-old Jonas Brothers singer filed to end his marriage with the 27-year-old star of Game of Thrones. in Florida's Miami-Dade County Court.
So they have apparently this non-compete, Preston. Who do you think has more money in this relationship?
Oh, you mean not a
non-compete, a
prenuptial?
That's our world.
I got probably him.
Yeah,
with
right?
the music and
with the music,
acting.
yeah.
So the filing says the marriage between the parties is irretrievably broken. The couple had a daughter, Willa, in 2020, and last year had another daughter whose name they have not made public as of yet.
What do you think? Do you put any stock in the thing that she's apparently was partying a lot, and that's what broke them up?
Don't know. Not really sure.
She never impressed me as that kind of. In Game of Thrones, was her character always partying?
No, she was not. She was actually very reserved.
Okay.
You know what she had? I've seen videos of her out having fun and pictures posted on social media, but everybody does that. So it's hard to say. Jonas is seeking joint custody of the girls. According to divorce documents, the two had a prenuptial agreement that Jonas expects will be enforced according to the filing. Video footage, and we have audio of this, has emerged showing a woman accusing Gary Busey of hitting her car and allegedly refusing to trade insurance information. A spokesperson for the sheriff's office confirmed to Entertainment Weekly that traffic detectives were investigating his alleged involvement in the incident. The Lethal Weapon actor, who was 79, reportedly backed his car into another vehicle while exiting a shopping center along the Pacific Coast Highway in Malibu on Wednesday. TMZ published footage featuring an unidentified woman filming her pursuit of Busey, accusing him of hitting her car and requesting his insurance information. Busey reportedly pulled out of a shopping center and struck the woman's bumper instead of pulling over. The woman claimed that he left the scene. So we have audio of this exchange. So this is a little bit of that. There's two clips. Here we go.
Sir, you hit my car. I need your information. Sir! You hit my car!
And apparently he's walking away, and then he confronted it by the driver. Here we go.
Be wiped out. It doesn't matter. That's not how this works. You hit my car. You have scuffs all over your car.
Progressive insurance.
I want the number. I want the information. No. Sir, you hit my car.
I'm private.
It doesn't matter. You hit me. You hit my car. No, you rear-ended me. You can't hit someone and then leave.
He says, I'm private.
I'm pregnant.
That's
okay, sir, I'm pregnant. You're not pregnant.
Progressive insurance.
Yeah. What does private have to do with whether or not you're lying?
I'm a private in the military.
I don't know.
I'm hoping to become a lieutenant.
I was thinking like a social media.
I'm pregnant.
I'm private.
My account is private.
He later gave a full statement to the police, Nick.
I think he just didn't know what to say, and that's what came out of his mouth. I'm pregnant. I'm 6 months pregnant.
I'm 6 months. I know you're going to hurt the baby.
Several photos of a car's scuffed back bumper, allegedly belonging to the woman accused Busey of a hit and run, were also shared with TMZ. So,
please, I got to get to the park and spank it.
I don't know what they're going to do. Yeah, that's right. He was at his pants down not that long ago in a park. So we'll see where this goes. Wow, interesting. So Jamie Foxx is enjoying his life again following the undisclosed medical complication that left him hospitalized in April and recovering for months afterwards. The actor was photographed holding his hands with his girlfriend, Alice, in Cabo San Lucas, Mexico over Labor Day weekend. He could also be seen sitting on the beach and holding a pair of binoculars. So.
Olay. So he is talking a lot more, and the one thing he has not expanded on is exactly why he was away for so long. I'm wondering if he'll ever reveal that.
Yeah, I do not know. Riverdale actress Lily Reinhardt and Euphoria actress Sydney Sweeney dispelled their feud rumors via their Instagram stories on Monday.
I never even knew there was a rumor.
Yeah, there was a rumor sharing a selfie of the pair smiling together on the boat in Venice. Reinhardt wrote in the caption, "We'll be over here if you need us." Sweeney also shared a photo to her Instagram stories, and Reinhardt appeared to give Sweeney a dirty look during a red carpet. This is where it all came from.
Oh, the dirty look.
Reinhardt appeared to give Sweeney a dirty look during a red carpet moment that went viral over the weekend, causing fans to speculate. Reinhardt
filthy, stinking slut.
Also wrote, "Stop making villains out of women every chance you get."
Right on, sister.
Yeah.
Right on, sweet sister.
Sydney Sweeney is way too hot. I don't know, man.
You know what? But
she does it for me.
Super talented too.
Yeah.
I forget what I was watching as a show.
White Lotus?
No, it was another one, Nick, where she was being interrogated by the FBI. Apparently, it's based on a true story. Man, she's good. They had her all dowdied down and everything, but a solid actress.
Yeah, there's something about she's got resting bitch face.
Yeah, you don't like it?
I don't care for that. I mean, she's attractive for sure, but I can't quite get past that. Plus, her character in White Lotus was just such a shallow
one of these.
bitch.
I'm bored.
Yeah, I hated that, and I think that made me hate her a little bit.
I forget I was reading where I was reading the article, but it was various actors, Preston, who have had to fight back from that character association. Just like you're mentioning, because you can't help it. You're going to assume that person's that.
Well, it comes so naturally to them, you know?
Yeah, who's didn't the principal in Breakfast Club have to deal with that his whole career?
Yes.
People thought he was a jerk. And
apparently he was a sweetheart in real life, yes.
The kid from Game of Thrones, the evil king. Who's a really nice
Joffrey.
Joffrey, yes.
Yeah.
That actor had to deal with it too. Yeah.
Super nice.
Malfoy, same thing.
Malfoy.
Yeah.
But there's a sex scene with Sydney Sweeney in Euphoria, and she's doing this photo shoot, and then she ends up having sex with this guy, and it is it's
Gary Busey.
It's not Gary Busey. No, it's
Higher progressive insurance. That's how we nailed Sydney Sweeney.
That's how we got pregnant.
So that's your COVID card. That's my insurance.
It's basically porn. The scene that she shoots.
Really?
It's very sexy.
Okay. All
What's she's in this rom-com with the guy from Top Gun Maverick that's coming out soon. Remember, there were all sorts of issues with that because they seem to be getting on a little too well. Yeah.
Interesting. Speaking of Sydney, Entertainment Weekly reports that the spinoff NCIS Sydney is set to premiere.
We're talking Australia?
CBS November 13th. Yeah. This marks the first international NCIS spinoff and the 5th installment overall. The other spinoffs include Los Angeles, New Orleans, Hawaii, and so this will be the 5th one. And the regular one. They were the standard NCIS. So.
Didgeridoo.
Let's see. I got some progressive.
That's right, man. I got you, sir. I'm pregnant.
What time is it? All right, I got
my water broke.
What the hell is going on?
I was trying to figure out which short to do next, and as I was going like this, I just felt like Gary Busey for a second. FX is gearing up for the release of Welcome to Wrexham Season 2. The network shared a teaser for the season on, yesterday with Ryan Reynolds and Rob McElhenney. The new teaser shows Reynolds and McElhenney take etiquette lessons as they prepare to meet British monarch King Charles III.
Do you know, so speaking of that, there was a story, I guess it was at the Bay concert, but apparently he was palling around with Prince Harry.
Yeah, there was Glenn Howerton, who I think is going to come in studio in a few weeks, actually. I chatted with Glenn a little bit yesterday. Anyway, Glenn and Rob and Prince Harry were at a LAFC game, Steve, because Messi was playing.
Oh, that's it, yes.
So Prince Harry is a big soccer fan, and so there's a great photo of Glenn, Rob, and Prince Harry, and then also Will Ferrell's in that box as well. Will Ferrell owns that soccer team, LAFC.
Look at this.
Does?
Yeah.
Look at this.
Yeah, so Rob McElhenney and Will Ferrell are friends because of the soccer connection.
Oh, my God.
And I was thinking about it over the weekend, just the amount of money and businesses that these guys have all dabbled in.
So should we get our own soccer team, just like a kid's soccer team?
I was thinking about sponsoring a team that, like our locally in Harleysville, they have our little leagues. I'm like, I should sponsor one of those teams.
Let's get a show soccer team. Welcome to Kensington. It could be, and we
welcome to Juniata Park.
Right, yeah.
And we could have
Can I go in the locker room? No.
We talk about this all the time. It is so easy. I've done it.
Yeah.
It's so easy to do.
Sponsoring teams?
Yeah.
Oh, I know.
You could. It's like we could do anywhere. I mean, I sponsor obviously Jace's teams, but like we could go to any little league,
What, your jewelry line?
Yeah.
Shut up.
Well, I actually didn't do Jace's baseball team because I thought it would be weird for the Kathy Romano collection to be for boys. So I did the softball team, the girls softball team.
I like that.
Yeah.
That's a good idea. Okay.
But I mean, here is just a list of the people that were at this game, and Marissa says it's called the Messi effect. But like, this is the guest list. I mean,
Well, it's like the Bay effect.
Yeah.
Taylor Swift.
Yeah, but you got Gerard Butler, Leo, James Harden, Holland,
soccer.
Bobo from Cypress Hill, Tom Ellis, Will Ferrell, Liam Gallagher, Selena Gomez, Brendan Hunt, LeBron James, Clayton Kershaw, Prince Harry, Magic Johnson, Mario Lopez, Meghan Markle, Tobey Maguire, Nas, Ed Norton. I mean, I can keep going.
This was at this game, very game.
Think
Yep.
about the people we would draw.
Yeah, you got to be kidding me.
The
Gary
list of
Lauer,
names.
Jervis.
Bill Weston,
That guy that yells in the pool.
Yeah. Right.
Mike from Bucks County.
Right. The guy who blew into the road cone in London.
Yeah.
I don't think we can get him.
Oh, we can get him.
No, can we?
Yeah.
The escaped prisoner.
Yeah, maybe we could bring him out. Are you saying at these little league games we'll draw like that?
Yeah.
That's our crowd.
Oh, the celebs.
Yeah. You got to stay in your lane, man.
Yeah.
So anyhow, Charles and Queen Camilla visited Wrexham AFX in
Is that Hurricane Schwartz?
in December. Reynolds and McElhenney met the couple during a guided tour of the racetrack ground. Season 2 opens in the wake of a painful elimination for the Red Dragons in the playoffs and continues to track the club as they return for promotion out of the National League and return to the English Football League. So the teaser has arrived. And then one last thing, How I Met Your Father has come to an end. On Friday, E.T. confirmed that the How I Met Your Mother spinoff
I have some bad news.
has been canceled.
You're all fired.
After 2 seasons on Hulu. Thank you, E.T. How I Met Your Father followed Sophie, who is played by both Hilary Duff in present day and Kim Cattrall in the near future. Cattrall narrates the show, telling her son what kind of antics she and her friends got up to in their 20s, all on the road to sharing how she met his dad. Throughout its 2 seasons, it featured some cameos from How I Met Your Mother. Neil Patrick Harris and Kobe Smulders both showed up, but it's not enough
wasn't good
to keep it alive, unfortunately. All right, now we can hit the clips. The new movie, Aristotle and Dante Discover the Secrets of the Universe, brings the popular coming-of-age novel by Benjamin Alir Sáenz to the big screen. And in this clip, Max Paleo gives people an idea of what to expect from the adaptation.
We meet Aristotle at the very beginning. He's a 15-year-old Mexican-American young man. It's summer 1987 in El Paso, Texas. And he just lives in a constant state of like unease and resentment. But then one day at the pool, he meets lovely Mr. Dante Quintana. And, all the magic that Dante is and their friendship, that's just the catalyst.
I don't give a
Aristotle, and Dante Discover the Secrets of the Universe comes to theaters this Friday. Here's our next clip. Ahead of the season premiere, the stars of Chucky want you to catch up on 2 years of their possessed doll nightmares. Near star Björgvin Arnason talks about the character's development.
I guess he grew some balls. I don't know. I think, he in this season, I think he's more confident. He's more, after all that trauma from season 1, he's kind of like, you know what, Chucky, I'm killing this guy. No, I'm done.
Shut up, dummy.
I saw the ad for this the other day. I'd forgotten that they made a TV show about Chucky, and I immediately thought of you, Casey.
Yeah.
The time that you were putting your kids to bed.
Oh my God.
Good night.
Your poor daughter.
I love you. Sleep well. And just as he's walking out the door, and before he turns off the light, he goes, by the way, Chucky's under your bed. Turns off the light, shuts the door, and goes away.
Oh my God, your poor
It's
kid.
not my proudest moment, Father.
And I love it. I can't believe you did that, but it's pretty damn funny.
I'm going to give you the
Chucky's
win on
under your
this one, though, Preston. Your story.
Oh, man.
About, tell it again, because it's so hilarious when your sons were younger.
Parker was probably, 7 years old or something like that. And he comes to me and goes, Dad, I was talking to one of his friends, and he says, and he was telling me about this doll, but he could actually move around, and he had like scars all over his face and a knife. And I go, oh, you mean Chucky? And he reacted by going,
oh my God.
As if I just made it real, as if I just he thought it was a made up lie, something like the moment I said Chucky, he thought that it was a real thing that existed.
Oh, no.
And it took a long time to get over Chucky. We eventually got over Chucky, but yeah. So there's a TV show, and it starts this week, starts streaming on Peacock. All right, we are going to take a break. We have many things, with the A to Z being the full background of everything here at MMR. We are in the J's. We're going to come back in just a moment and play more for you. We got a good selection of songs this morning. We also have Patton Oswalt joining us, which is pretty awesome.
Very cool.
And we go live on Fox Good Day. And with our secret text word today, we have a chance to win tickets to see Eddie Izzard, who's going to be performing Thursday, September 14th at the Kimmel Cultural Campus. So text the word secret to 39333. We'll come back in a moment as you're making the drive. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve.
93.3 WMMR.
A new song called Happy Days.
Monday, Tuesday.
Yeah, the track follows Blame It On My Youth and Generational Divide is the third offering from the trio's new LP, which is tentatively titled Bajmir. Somebody wrote, they texted this, and it says their album is Rim Job Backwards. I thought that was the name of Rim Job Backwards was the name of the album. No, Bajmir is Rim Job spelled backwards.
Oh, what? There we go. Thank you.
Wow,
we would not have known that.
I like that.
Yeah.
Bajmir. Or you can name an album Rim Job Backwards.
Would it sound that way if you took...
I doubt it.
Reversed it. I don't think it would.
Yeah, let's all say
try
it.
it.
We could.
Yes.
So just say clearly, say rim job.
Can you record it and play backwards or no?
Yes, I can.
Okay, say when.
Go ahead. When?
Rim job.
All right.
Okay, so Casey will record that.
All right.
Reverse it, and we'll see what that sounds like. All right, okay, say when.
Go ahead. When?
Rim job.
All right, you ready?
Yep. Bajmir.
Yeah.
Bajmir.
Yeah.
Bajmir. There's a little in there, but Bajmir. Now let me say that forward.
And see if it...
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay, ready?
Yep.
Bajmir.
Okay.
Okay, let's try that. See if it comes back as
Try
rim.
that. Go here and...
Rim job.
We're scientists.
Rim job. Do it again.
Do it again. You can even do it better.
Rim job. Rim job.
We are ready to transmit.
Bajmir. Rim job.
The aliens are about to transmit a message. Rim job.
Play it again, Casey. Rim job.
Wow.
You really got that in there.
Oh, I love our
And now the envoy from Neptune is about to speak.
Rim job.
Rim job.
Rim job.
Rim job.
It's so
It's like you've just met in the jungle. Rim job.
Rim job.
You.
That's my favorite one.
It's a
Rim
greeting.
job.
It's a
Rim
greeting.
job.
Rim job. You like rim job.
Rim.
Rim job.
Rim.
Why did that...
I don't know why it's stopping.
Me? Neither.
Rim job.
Rouge job. You tongue to cream butthole.
At the end, I go, rim job.
Yeah, of course. Wouldn't you?
Yeah.
It's definitely
Rim
enough-
job.
That's the natural gagging.
Rim job. Job. Someone wants to point out that we've won awards.
Yes.
Yes, we have.
I know.
True.
That doesn't
Yeah.
mean they can't rescind them.
Yeah.
What?
Do you get the spicy chicken at the Chick-fil-A, or do you just get the regular chicken?
I have gotten the spicy before.
I think I'm just a spicy chicken guy. Like there.
Oh, dear God. I'm just a spicy chicken guy.
Are you coming out right now?
I'm coming out.
I mean, Pride Month ended
Mom,
yesterday.
can we
Did it end
talk?
yesterday?
Yeah.
Yeah,
June. All right, anyway,
Okay,
I was
what-
just joking.
I'm
Go
a
ahead.
spicy chicken guy. Oh, no.
But I just wanted to let this be known that Wendy's has,
Well, I'll always love you.
has the spicy chicken nuggets are back. So
That was, yes, I
yeah.
did see that announcement they made. So you wanted to get the word out?
I just want to get the word out. Want to
All
let
right.
people know it's usually like $6 for $1.
Yeah.
I heard.
This morning on the Preston and Steve Show, Casey Boy reveals something concerning fast food and an extended offer. We go now to Jim Iglesiewski outside of the Pentagon. Jim, did Casey in fact confirm there was an extended offer?
That's correct, Tom.
Thank you, Jim.
That's all you had to say. Yes, it's correct. It's confirmed.
I think I'm just a spicy chicken guy. Like
just a spicy chicken guy. Spicy chicken guy. Oh no! Dear God, I'm just a spicy chicken guy.
I just want to get the word out. Want to let people know.
Okay, so I want to talk about the movies that are opening this weekend. Where'd Casey go?
Do you think he had to make a boom boom?
I'm not really sure. There's a lot of things that are off about him today. So
Is it even Casey?
It might not be Casey. Did we check?
Maybe it's
no,
the hair.
we usually take a urine specimen every morning.
So we usually have a little song that we play. Marissa, I don't know if you can find that or not. It's the 20th Century Fox with the recorder.
Yeah.
Maybe it's under. I don't know what it's even labeled under.
I'll admit this. I'm a little scared.
We have kazoos.
You could do that, Kath.
You're a master of it, Kathy.
Yeah.
Play it for us.
I got mine, Kath.
All right, I have my A.
You know how it goes?
Yeah.
All right.
I'll give you the.
Okay, ready?
Wait, hum it for me. Okay.
Ray, 2, 3, 4.
Ladies and gentlemen.
You were way better than me.
Thank you. I went for it.
That was sensational.
A little lightheaded.
You know what I realized?
You have a recorder.
I have a recorder right here.
You want to do it again?
You okay?
I'm better.
Okay.
Sorry, I don't feel good, guys.
Right over here is Jason Kelsey. How you doing so far? You enjoying the off season?
Yeah, it's good. You know, we just started up again about 2 weeks ago. This week was the first week on the field with the coaches. So we're kind of back at it.
Kind of seems like there's really not any sort of real off season these days. The nature of the beast is that you just keep at it.
Yeah, especially when you're playing playoff games and stuff like that. It shortens down. We're probably 7 months out of the year working, but that's. Pretty intensive work for 7 months. But
Jason, is it a case of and is it sort of better that way because you got to do more getting up to speed?
Yeah.
If you take too much time off, and if you kind of sort of keep at it, you're always just a tick off, fighting weight, basically.
Yeah, I think most guys lift year round pretty much.
Yeah.
I mean, you'll take a few weeks off here or there, go on vacation, whatnot, but most guys are always staying in shape. This time of the year is especially important for all the new free agents that we got in, all the guys that are trying to learn the terminology, the new playbooks.
Well, your brother's like one of the best tight ends in the league.
Yeah.
He does a great commercial, by the way.
He's tackling an eagle in that commercial, or have we talked about this yet?
He's dancing in the commercials, the commercial that I'm talking about, where he's sort of fantasizing and he's doing like an end zone dance, and then you realize that he's like standing in the middle of a store or whatever. Yeah. So I wanted to ask you, because you guys are both at the top of your games and the top of your positions, who's the actual better athlete?
Oh, Travis is not even close.
Oh, really?
Not even close. You got to call him as you see him. Yeah. Honestly, he's living it out in fantasy, and you're doing it.
Yeah. No, he's a special athlete, and he always has been. Even no matter what it was, basketball, baseball. He's just had a knack for sports. I think that I've always been big, fast, and strong, but the type of athlete he is, how fluid he is, the way he moves, his ability to change direction and things like that, and spatial awareness. He's a tremendous athlete.
Jason, you and Nick share something in common. You guys have both climbed Mount Kilimanjaro.
You climbed Mount Kili?
I did. Yeah, I did it for charity as well. The organization you guys did it with was Chris Long and Bo Allen. And the Water Boys is a fantastic organization. And, when I did it, I thought I never want to do it again. Because
same here.
Yeah, it is the hardest thing I've ever done in my life. But now it's been several years and I want to do it again. And part of the reason why I want to do it again is because of the work you guys have done for such a great organization. And I love philanthropic climbs at all. And to do it and make it that challenging is really impressive. Tell me your impressions of the climb itself.
Same as you.
Yeah.
The moment I started going up that last night, about halfway through, I was like, what in the hell am I doing?
Yeah.
You're in the pitch black. You're going. What route did you go up?
We did Umboy.
Umboy.
Yeah.
We did Wrong Guy, which is the only one from like the north side.
Yes.
It's the shortest, but I think.
Is it steeper?
I think it's at the top. It's a little bit steeper.
Because everyone says it's like Nick was saying that basically as climbs go, it's a gradual. But there was one route that at the end, it's probably what you did, that it becomes a lot steeper.
The summit is the hardest part of the climb.
Exactly.
And you're already tapped out because you've done a climb for several days in a row, and then it becomes the steepest part at the highest elevation.
Oh, that's wonderful.
I don't know if it's any steeper. I shouldn't say that, but you do have to. Once you get to the top, you don't go right to the peak, so you have to like walk around to the other side of the peak, which is a little bit more of like another 2 hours once you're already at the top, which is kind of like, well, you know, why in the heck am I?
Are you walking?
I should already be here.
Is that so you summit like at daybreak?
So you get up at midnight the night before. That's what we did on this route. You have a headlamp on. It's the blackest of black you've ever seen. I mean, there's not a light
on a mountain.
Yeah, and you just start making your ascent. And at this point, it's a little bit too steep for, like, you know, guys like me to go straight up. I mean, the porters and guys who do this, I mean, there's nothing to them. They're walking up and down like it's just another day of work.
Bastards.
But, for us, we go like kind of like sideways in these skipbacks, and it took us 7.5 hours to get to Gilman's Point, which was the top of the Rongai route, and then we had to walk another 2.5 hours to the peak. So I got to the peak around 10 a.m.
Who else climbed with you guys?
So it was me, Chris, Bo, and Haloti Nada were the 4 guys that have played with the Eagles.
And Haloti?
They said Haloti and Bo were the 2 heaviest guys that they've ever seen climb the mountain.
And he announced his retirement from at the peak, at the summit.
After the climb, the mountain is now 16,000 feet.
As we're sitting here talking to you, the texts are coming in, and I wanted to find out what you hear most. Do you hear hungry dogs? What is it? Hungry dogs run faster?
Yeah.
Okay. Or if I don't eat breakfast, I'm pissed off.
Yep.
Or what, from that speech, there were several highlights. Do people just yell those out to you sometimes?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah.
Which one do you hear most?
You know, I was actually surprised nobody this morning asked if I ate breakfast and if I was upset or not.
You've heard it enough,
yeah,
man.
Oh, thank you.
You know,
I probably hear hungry dogs. I probably hear hungry dogs run faster than those. And that's not just from. I mean, that's still a mantra of Jeff Stoutland. I mean, he was just grilling some of the younger guys with it today, and or not today, but yesterday about, you know, we got some rookies coming in here. We got some new free agent signings. You want to talk about, you know, hungry dogs, and he's trying to motivate people with it. I mean, it's something that, you know, was such a big part, I think, with the team and the city, and it kind of all correlated together that I probably hear that one the most.
That's Jason Kelsey. Yeah! I did notice something else.
More from the noticer. He notices so you don't have to.
I noticed
across an empty field. Down the dark alley.
I do notice that I will use digital assistants from time to time. The 2 that I use are
your fingers.
No.
And your toes.
Not those digital.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Meaning Siri and Alexa. Those are the 2 that I use from time to time. Now,
okay.
Alexa I mainly use for like a timer when I'm cooking, or music to listen to real quick, or something like that.
In your kitchen, do you have the show, the Alexa show? Which has the screen on it?
Oh. No.
It's actually very cool, especially if you're doing recipes or things of that nature.
Right.
Yeah.
So anyhow, there was a new study that finds which is the smartest of them all, and in what order. This is Loop Ventures. They did a study that had researchers ask the 4 digital assistants 800 questions, and they found all assistants were great at understanding the questions. And they have determined who actually answered the most questions.
I have them all, or have had them all. This sounds like I'm bragging about sexual conquest. But, yeah, so go through this. I'm curious to see if it lines up with what I experienced.
So they found that the smartest of them all is Google Assistant.
Okay, so that's what I learned, is that the ability to answer questions and questions contextually went to Google.
I can't stand when I ask Siri a question and she just gives me a bunch of websites to go to. I'm like, dude, just give me.
Do not like that. However, though, Google Assistant.
All right. Thank you, Kathy. Well, my mind is expanding. It's wandering, and I think we need to delve into it. Yes, we are going to see what's happening with the stream of consciousness. Yeah, I was waiting for that. Okay,
waiting for the music.
Okay, it's coming.
Here it
comes.
Well, you can hit the music, and then we'll play our little clip here. There you go. Thank you. Casey runs the music.
The stream of consciousness now.
My mind is a raging torrent, flooded with rivulets of thought, cascading into a waterfall of creative alternatives.
Yes, the stream of consciousness, sir. We're just going to let it pour out of my head.
That's
here.
it.
This is I need one of these.
Oh, yeah?
A human-sized dog bed. It was featured on Shark Tank, and this product actually exists, and you can order it now.
So I love this. I've seen it. It looks incredibly comfortable. It looks like it'd be a lot of fun. There is something that I really do like about a classic dog bed design. It's that rim around the bed.
Yes.
Instead of just like a beanbag bed or the, what do they call the, what's that store?
Love Sack.
Love Sack, which are fine, but this ridge around the outside of a dog bed on a large human scale, I'm down with that.
Yeah, that's what makes it, for sure. It's called the Pluffle.
The Pluffle.
Yeah. Pluffl. It was invented by Yuki Kinoshita and Noah Silverman, who built the business while studying at the University of British Columbia. And they came up with the idea in 2021 when, in typical college student fashion, they wanted to take a nap in the middle of the day, and there was just one problem. They couldn't find a comfortable spot to snooze. And then in a coffee shop, they saw a dog comfortably napping in the afternoon on a dog bed, and the idea for the Pluffle was born.
I love the Pluffle concept. I love here also that people are able to sort of get in with their dogs.
Yeah,
It's kind of a nice spooning thing. And it's the precursor to a healthy sexual relationship with your pet.
It's a companion to that.
Right.
But, the two founders created a prototype product, raised money on Kickstarter, and they scored a spot on Shark Tank, and they received a $200,000 investment from Lori Grenier and Mark Cuban.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I'm looking at it, and I say no, thank you. It's way too expensive. They have other things that I'm pretty sure you bought one. It's one of those beanbag chairs that you unzipper it and it turns into a bed.
Bought two of them.
What are those things called?
I forgot.
I want one so bad, but my wife and I cannot agree on furniture, and I go for comfort more than look, and she goes for look more than comfort.
So yeah, we have that thing. We bought it as, so if you have a shore property,
It's a vajummic.
You have to be ready for to house a bunch of people.
Corduroys.
What is it?
Corduroys. I think that's what it's called.
Okay. And so it's a giant beanbag, and inside of it you unzip it and you take it out, and it turns into like a queen size mattress.
Is that
or a
right?
Full size mattress.
Huh.
And yeah, it's great. So you can use that as a sleeping option, and so that's why we bought that.
I think that
dual function.
I'm down with the dog bed thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
For $400, are you down?
Well,
with it?
there's one that's a knockoff on Amazon for $179.
Yeah, that's the thing, though. So the original Pluffle is available online in 4 colors with a machine washable cover. If you aren't quite sold on the idea of a human-sized dog bed, you can try it risk-free for 30 days. And to sweeten the deal, it's currently on sale for $349, marked down from $499. That's this week only. If you buy one Pluffle, you can get a second one for $100 off.
Here's the deal with the Pluffle or anything like this, though. You go, oh, yeah, I want that. You get it. You'll use it once or twice, and then you'll just get back up on the couch where you normally were and fall asleep there.
Since the Pluffle is the original human-sized dog bed, it's also one of the most expensive ones on the market. There are plenty of Pluffle alternatives out there, so you can test out the experience of sleeping in a dog bed without dropping Pluffle-sized cash.
This is the way the world has become, Preston, so that you have the dogs, which invariably end up on the couch anyway. They'll be up on the couch, and you'll be in the dog bed.
Yes, Casey. The chair is called the Corduroys. Yes, most definitely. That's what we have.
They're not expensive.
Not as expensive as those Love Sacks.
What do they run?
Not $400. I was going to say maybe in the twos.
I like the Love Sack stuff, but it is crazy expensive.
That is crazy expensive.
We have one. It's like it's not Love Sack. It's not that brand, but that's essentially what it is. And it comes with like a little footstool. It is enormous. It's giant.
Where do you keep it?
It's in Jace's video game room.
Okay.
Basically, I put it in there, not really knowing. Actually, I didn't put it in there. Santa put it in there, but I not really knowing how big it was. And so there's no couch in there now because that
It eats up everything.
serves as, I mean, you could fit 2 people on it, but it's really cool because it molds to him. So if he sits in a certain position for a little while, it will mold, but then you can unzip it and like break up the foam in there and then remold it again if you want.
Rochelle and I were watching. It was a commercial that came on for a product, and it's a beanbag type chair. It stands up tall. It's like an oval shaped thing.
Yes.
And then you sit down on it and it folds up. And Rochelle and I are watching, and there's a woman that's probably in her mid-60s, and she sits down on that thing, goes all the way down the ground. I'm like, now show her getting up from that thing.
Right.
That's what I want.
Preston, by the way, when she does that, the woman falls back into the chair.
Yeah.
She doesn't sit down. She's like, she dies and collapses into the chair.
They don't show a video of her getting back up.
Help!
Yes.
Help!
That's what I want to see.
I'm pooped!
Yeah. Hang on. Barbara bought one of these dog beds for her daughter, I believe. Hey, Barbara, good morning.
Hi. Yeah, I bought one of these, human-sized dog beds for my daughter.
Yeah.
And you were just saying, like, the woman that fell into this chair thingy. So I tried out the dog bed that I bought my daughter, and she had to help me get out of the thing. So, yeah. Adults like over 50 are not going to be able to use these things.
So, Barbara, when you were in it, though, was it comfortable?
It was. It was really cool. Like, I thought it would be a nice spot for her to, like, chill out and, like, maybe study and stuff, like a nice, quiet spot to, do stuff like that. So,
If you have residual floor space, these things make sense. But otherwise, they just get in the way.
Yeah. Yeah, they do. They do take up a lot of time. I mean, after, the initial, this is really cool, and it was in front of our TV for about a week, we were like, okay, where are we going to put this thing?
Right, yeah.
Does she like it?
She loves it. She does love it. So, you get that, 13 to 22, you know what I mean, might really like it.
Okay.
Yes, I've been in a dog bed for 2 weeks. Could you send someone to help me?
Thank you, Barbara. I appreciate it. All right, it's called the Pluffle if you're interested. So we'll move on to something else. Okay, so we spoke to Pierre yesterday from Burning Man as he was making his way out, and he was giving us the full rundown. He was actually on CBS 3 yesterday for an interview. There was an article about him as well. He seems to be the local correspondent for all things Burning Man. But there's an interesting thing that has surfaced, and I was not aware of it. Of course, the epic floods came in and destroyed the good time for the festival goers. But while some fled on foot, others sat back and enjoyed the unique self-sufficiency that Burning Man is built on. But they were joined by a host of bizarre organisms.
Yeah.
Did you see this?
No.
Are these flesh eating?
I saw these. I did.
No, they're not flesh eating.
Oh, because the flesh eating is actually in Florida.
No. These are these organisms that can lie dormant in the dried out lake bed for decades. They're called triops.
That I didn't see.
And also fairy shrimp. They're called extremophiles. And they're capable of surviving years-long droughts. And they endure in the sediment as eggs that remain dormant until floods bring about the right conditions for them to do some topside living. I mean, they can stay there for 30 years,
so this
dormant,
looks
or maybe
like
longer.
Trilobites, right? You know, they used to call, and I still do. They look very prehistoric.
Some of the oldest living creatures, relatives of the oldest living creature, triops, Cancriformis, are among the fold, which is why triops have been nicknamed the dinosaur shrimp.
It's wild looking. Look at that thing.
And they're about
It's right out of Alien.
They're almost at the size of the palm of your hand. And they apparently, these three-eyed miniature beasties have two main eyes and one what's called a pit organ, a third eye that's common among insects, and it comes in handy for prey animals as it enables them to detect changes in light. So they're also joined by fairy shrimp.
Fairy shrimp.
Yes, which are characters you might be
So
more
if you leave a shrimp under your pillow,
you might be more familiar with them under the name of sea monkeys.
Oh, so I always thought sea monkeys were brine.
They are.
Yeah.
Fairy shrimp are translucent crustaceans found in vernal pools and hypersaline lakes across the world. The little shrimp are sometimes called brine shrimp as being extremophiles. They're exceptionally good at tolerating salty environments. So it's wild. All this rain happens in the desert.
Yeah.
And then slowly you start seeing these things moving around.
It activates this
and it
life that's
activates
dormant.
them. Yeah.
So what would you rather have? So down in Florida, with the flooding during the hurricane, they said there is a microbe that is making its way around that is conducive to causing the flesh-eating disease.
Well, I would personally take the prehistoric shrimp over the
I'm going with
flesh-eating
you on that.
disease.
Yeah.
The arrival of these desiccated crustaceans on the Black Rock Playa lake bed isn't abnormal and won't be a surprise to return visitors to Burning Man. Triops and fairy shrimp eggs will happily remain dormant until the right conditions in which to hatch or rise, and apparently the right conditions are a buttload of rain.
Kathy, with the backed up sewage, the mud, and these things, this sounds like your event.
They're called triops?
Yeah.
You remember there was a song by They Might Be Giants called Triops Have Three Eyes?
I believe it.
Yeah.
Those guys are nerdy enough to write a song about
That is great.
Yeah.
And they do have a third eye.
Yeah, so it's one of those weird. All They Might Be Giant songs are weird, but it's funny and cute, and it's about triops that have three eyes.
So the third eye serves the purpose of metering light levels?
Yeah, so, and also to defend against or to be made aware of predators and so on to kind of, to get out of there. It detects movement.
I assume they have to go directly to an optometrist. You could not order glasses through the mail.
They need to be custom made, for sure. I don't know if, what was it, Waverly? Or they're the...
no, Warby Parker.
Warby Parker,
and then
thank
also
you.
Zenny Optical.
Yeah, maybe they go through those.
You have any triops? No, sorry.
So it'll take over a week for some of these critters to start making eggs of their own.
That's crazy that they get activated.
Yeah.
They come into the life cycle, and then they're going to start to reproduce.
It's like cicadas, man. I don't know how that works, that they lay dormant for 17 years.
What a crap life.
Yeah.
It's crazy. And then, they pop up for a couple of weeks,
I
and then
assume
they're dead.
Come out, binge as many shows as you can.
Whatever's happening at the time.
Yeah.
But I was not familiar with these, and the fact that we'll have to ask Pierre if he played with the triops.
I did.
While he
We
was
played Frisbee.
at Burning Man. So,
Run, triop, run.
Weird little thing that was not expected. So, all right, stream of consciousness, Ner.
All right.
Let's go through it.
My mind is a raging torrent, flooded with rivulets of thought, cascading into a waterfall of creative alternatives.
So you just can't keep this information locked in your head. It pours out, and it's random.
So if the idea of spending 3 years on a cruise ship makes you claustrophobic, it's time to look away from this story. Life at Sea Cruises, which is due to depart in November for a 3-year round-the-world cruise, guesses that people are so enthused by the idea of sailing around the world nonstop that they are going to continue their journey indefinitely, making it the cruise that never ends.
So the question here is, do they put into port anywhere?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah, well, there you go.
Oh, yeah.
That's fine.
They travel around the world. They hit all kinds of ports.
I know people who have actually friends of my father did something similar to this. And I don't know if it's for multiple years, but there are people who literally buy condos on cruise ships and live on the cruise ship.
And sometimes it's cheaper than owning land, than owning a property. The idea came about after the firm fielded inquiries from potential customers who were thrilled at the idea of the cruise but couldn't make the start date. So Kendra Holmes, the CEO of Amire Cruises, which owns and operates Life at Sea, said that individuals will still have to sign up for 3 years, but now they can start at any point in the itinerary, making it a rolling 3-year cruise rather than a set one. Because initially they were going to start on a certain date and go 3 years from there.
You could jump in any time now.
But this is going to always be going, and all you got to do is hop on board.
Any interest? Could you see yourself? Yeah, you're a big cruise ship guy.
No, I do not like cruises.
So, Steve, I know that you just did an amazing cruise with Tauk.
Yeah.
And Tauk is, I guess, one level above Viking.
That's yes, it seems to be. They're known for their excursions. That's what sets them up.
Because I just saw something today from Viking Cruises that I was like, when I saw it, I was like, oh, that's interesting. And then I was like, nope, no, thank you. It's a Caribbean cruise, but then it goes into and up the Amazon. I was like, I'm not cruising up the Amazon. It's not going to happen.
But bottomless or Stroman.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, then there you go.
Not what about the Amazon? What would you not like?
The Yanomamo. I don't know, like
the creatures.
No. That's a tribe of people that.
I was thinking like some kind of a giant snake or something. like
I was thinking of that movie where they eat the people. Steve.
The green.
I know what you're talking about.
Eli Roth film.
Yeah.
Green Inferno.
Green Inferno.
Oh, my God. Have you ever seen that, Preston?
No.
Oh, it's Kathy, you'd love it. Make sure Jay sees that. Green Inferno.
Major destinations such as Easter Island, Dubai, and
I like Easter.
And all of India are not on the first itinerary for logistical reasons. They are expected to appear in year 4, though, and there will now be 7 potential start locations in the first year of the cruise, which departs Istanbul on November 1st.
Nice.
The team at Mary Cruises, which owns Life at Sea, has been brainstorming since talking to prospective clients who couldn't make the start date. They said from the beginning we'd refund anyone with medical problems, but we had people saying, I don't want to refund. I just want to get this treated and come on board. So we thought we'd give them an opportunity at 2.
So,
it says.
Quick question. Did they give you any idea as far as basic cost for residency?
Not in this particular story, but there was a little side note that says you can now live on a cruise ship for $30,000 per year.
All right, so that's insanely cheap. So I wonder what the accommodations are like.
Well,
and if you have to do any mopping.
Their policy is to sell only 85% of capacity. They said it can carry 1,400 passengers, but she promises that they won't ever sell full capacity.
And how big is this ship?
Well, 1,400 passengers. So however big a ship like that.
So like one of the super new cruise ships, I think, can top out at like 4,000.
Right.
Yeah. So I'm not down. I don't want to be on a ship with thousands of people, but Ritz-Carlton has it's basically like a yacht, just a giant yacht. So it's a smaller cruise ship.
I saw one, Case.
Yeah. Oh, did you?
Yeah.
Where?
So we went on a vacation in St. John and in April. And off the coast, I saw what I thought was a mega yacht. And it turns out it's the thing that you're talking about, the Ritz-Carlton cruise. And it's basically like a smaller cruise ship. And they would take ferries to and from the ship to the island. So they would go to St. Thomas, and then they'd come to St. John, and then they'd shuttle them back out. Wow. But it looked really cool. And then because I was really interested in what it was, Case, I looked it up. And it's unbelievably gorgeous and luxurious, but it's not insanely expensive. It's not cheap, but it's not like renting a mega yacht or whatever.
So
you could do it if you wanted to. Like if you were going to do a first class vacation somewhere, this is actually affordable.
Who owns Ritz-Carlton? Is that Sheraton or
I think that's Marriott.
Marriott, yeah.
Wait, no. No, Marriott owns Four Seasons. I forget.
Okay. Marriott owns W?
Yes.
JW Marriott.
Huh.
Okay.
Nick's
hell.
looking it up.
Hell. Well, Case, on the Tau cruise we were on, there were 72 people.
I could do that.
72 people. And then you could literally, during the cruise, go find a part of the ship and just hang out by yourself and read or whatever. I mean, it was pretty amazing.
Marriott is Ritz-Carlton.
Okay.
Marriott, okay.
Are they W2 or no?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure, yeah.
By the way, the cruise is also launching a Dive Around the World program after Holmes noticed that many of the guests were avid divers, and so there's going to be an onboard dive shop, which will run in tandem with Scuba Diving International, full-time instructor joining the ship's crew. That's pretty awesome. You'll be able to get certification as you travel.
So what would you rather?
That'd be worth it.
What would you rather have? Because remember for a while, I forget what airline was it. United Airlines had you pay one price and fly for free forever.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Right.
Yeah.
So there was that, or I think you'd go for that, right? Since you're not a cruise guy.
Maybe. Yeah. That would be pretty cool.
But like, here's a 5-night cruise, and it says round trip USA. So this is the Ritz-Carlton one. It's 5 nights, $4,300.
That's Ohio to Utah.
Well, now it's Fort Lauderdale back to Fort Lauderdale. I don't know where you go in between, but then, so the 5 nights are usually less than $5,000, and when you get up there a little bit longer, then it gets a little bit more expensive. But
Casey, I just sent you a picture of the Ritz-Carlton ship off of St. John.
Okay.
And you look at it from a distance, you're like, oh my God, that's a massive cruise ship or a massive yacht. But it turns out it's this hotel.
And we assume the amenities are Ritz-Carlton level?
Yeah.
All right.
And you like I said, Steve, you get on these little shuttles, these boats that take you to and from the island. So the island, the yacht itself is probably, I don't know, half a mile off the coast, and then you'll take the little shuttles into the island, little ferries. It's
interesting.
The way to do that is to get someone to pay for it for you.
Right.
That's the way to do it.
Like if you talk about it enough on the air, maybe they offer it up.
All right, well, anyhow,
there can't be any laws against that,
I don't
can
think
there?
so.
3-year cruise if you're interested, friends. All right, let me see what else spews forth from my mind, which is rivulets.
You're a mental squirter, is what you are.
That's what I am.
Yeah.
Yep, I'm squirting now. So a few months after Ernest Hemingway and his wife survived 2 plane crashes in 2 days while on safari in Africa, he wrote a letter to his lawyer full of grisly details about his injuries with the bravado that's marked both his novels and his life. And now that letter has drawn 12 bids at an auction and ultimately sold for $237,000.
Wow. Are you a Hemingway fan? I am.
I've only read Old Man and the Sea.
Okay.
And that's it. I've not read any other works by Hemingway.
I tore through all his stuff in college and always loved Hemingway. Loved a lot of the movies that have been made out of his stuff. So what was the final price, did you say, Preston?
$237,000.
Oh, man.
What would you recommend from Hemingway?
Oh, God.
What would be
I love Islands in
maybe
the
your favorite?
Stream. I love
It's a great song.
Yes, the Snows of Kilimanjaro. What else? Old Man in the Sea is great. This is great. And the short stories are great, too.
Hemingway wrote the letter in April of 1954. At the time, he explained to his attorney, Alfred Rice, why he had asked others to give you the word on his injuries from the crashes a few months earlier. In January, he said, couldn't write letters much on account of right arm, which was burned to the bone, 3rd degree, and it would cramp up on me. Still does a little bit. All burns okay. He said that his right kidney ruptured and his liver and spleen were injured.
That's not good.
He said, I'm weak from so much internal bleeding, have been a good boy and tried to rest. Hemingway's wife, Mary, also suffered. He said Mary had a big shock and her memory not too hot yet, and it will take quite a time to sort things out. They had been sightseeing in Uganda when their Cessna, quote, cracked up. Hemingway said the pilot had dived to avoid hitting a flying rock of, flying flock.
Yeah.
Of abeses. And as a result, had been forced to land. The group camped overnight in the remote jungle. The next day, the rescue plane caught on fire, forcing the passengers and pilot to scramble out.
What was the doo-doo level like in his diapers?
It was too much in his underwear.
I've got too much doo-doo in my underpants.
So there you go.
When the couple finally emerged after a 170-mile automobile ride, Mary was limping and Hemingway's head
Worst vacation ever!
and arm were bandaged, but Hemingway was, quote, carrying a bunch of bananas and a bottle of gin and appeared to be in high spirits as he shrugged off the crashes.
Speaking of doo-doo and airplanes, did you guys see the footage of the diarrhea plane?
Yes, I did.
It is
awesome.
Horrifying.
Kathy, as bad as you thought.
It looked like everybody had diarrhea.
Let me explain. It was from a bizarre file story we had yesterday of someone who had a diarrhea attack on a plane. They were 2 hours into a flight overseas and had to turn around and come back.
So what you would have thought, and what I thought initially was bad enough. Someone, Kathy, it's like...
Why didn't he just stay in the bathroom? What was the...
Because he wanted to show her.
Maybe they were trying to get to the bathroom.
Look what I can do.
She probably didn't make it to the bathroom.
Yeah. So.
Kathy assumes it's a man. I'm going to say it's a woman.
That's good. Sorry.
She probably had issues.
Yeah. You know.
Yeah, I don't know. Speaking of flying, one last story from Stream of Consciousness.
A stream of consciousness there.
A carbon zero flight from London to New York in just 3.5 hours might be a reality in just 4 years. There's a group called Boom Supersonic, and their overture, dubbed the Son of Concorde, is tipped to be the world's fastest airliner, reaching speeds of Mach 1.7.
Mach? Yeah.
Or about 1,300 miles per hour.
Boom Supersonic sounds like an 80s rap group.
It does.
Yeah.
You're
Or a
right.
Keanu Reeves character in Toy Story.
So a scaled-down prototype of overture called XB-1 Baby Boom.
And boom goes the dynamite.
Has completed key milestones during testing as it progresses towards its first flight.
My father flew the Concorde a couple of times and said it was amazing. I've always wanted to do that.
Should XB-1 Baby Boom pass its test, Overture will be unveiled in 2026 before the first flight of the aircraft in 2027 and commercial passenger flights in 2029.
Yeah, it's kind of cool. 3.5 hours.
You will save a ton of time flying on an aircraft like this. Now, if it's like the Concorde, it's going to cost you everything you have because those flights were expensive.
Yeah, it was his job that paid for him to fly, which certainly made it that much more interesting. But they actually, he told me the first time he flew, there was a readout of the speed so that you knew when you hit the Mach 1.
Oh,
Yep,
yeah.
very cool.
As somebody who has broken the sound barrier, did you as well, Casey?
I did, yes.
It really, you can't tell.
Yeah.
You have no idea. It's not like all of a sudden you're slammed into the back of your seat or anything like that. It's just all of a sudden they're like, okay, we're going over, the speed of sound now.
And boom goes the dynamite.
So they just completed the taxi testing step in aircraft.
So they're going to use
development.
these as taxis as well?
Yeah. That looks at whether the plane can actually go down the runway at speed without leaving the ground.
Applebee's, please.
At 68 feet long, the XB-1 Baby Boom is around 1/3 the size of the Overture, which is about 201 feet, which will eventually transport up to 80 paying passengers, whether for business or leisure. I tell you what, though.
What?
Even over 3.5 hours, I will take the experience that I had over the weekend any day, because we flew to St. Louis and back on Southwest Airlines. On the way to St. Louis, we had 75 open seats.
75!
And on the way back, the plane was only 40% full.
Wow.
It was fantastic.
I've flown enough that I've had sparse planes. I don't know if I ever had that scenario,
It
Preston.
was wonderful. They were getting ready for boarding. They're like, go wherever you want. And that's how Southwest is anyway.
Yeah.
But they're like, sit wherever you want, and you're probably going to have I had the row to myself.
Wow,
it was
man.
fantastic.
Marissa, were we the only ones on the plane when we went to spring training right before COVID? Or was there a few other people? I can't remember.
There were the 3 women behind us.
Oh, that's right. Who were like, we don't care. We're going down for our girls' weekend.
Yes. They were like, we've waited our whole lives for this.
It was literally their first time going to spring training. And
how'd that go?
Well, on the plane, we found that literally while we were in the air, we found out that it was canceled. And they were really disappointed. But
Cut to a shot of them in a hut on the Everglades. Where you girls from?
Mm-hmm. Which was scary because on the flight home, that was packed.
Yeah.
Because everyone was like leaving Florida because they were ending their vacations. It's like, all right, time to go home for 2 weeks in quarantine.
We tried to, or at least I did, I tried to change my flight to get home earlier. And they were like, yeah, no, sorry.
But having an empty flight, it's just, it's the best.
Nice.
It is so relaxing and enjoyable.
I think we sat next to each other for a little bit. And then I was like, I think I can move over. Right?
Why am I doing this?
Preston, I had one of those flights on Frontier when I went to Vegas. I had like the whole row, just kind of like lay out.
Well, you're tiny.
I can sleep across the seats.
You easily.
It's
I mean, you could
amazing.
stretch your arms and legs out.
Uh-huh.
You can sleep on the meal tray.
Wow. All right, so they could possibly have this by 2029, people flying supersonic.
Oh, I'd love to try that.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, that's it. I'm done. My mind is finished. I'm wiped out.
My mind is a raging torrent, flooded with rivulets of thought, cascading into a waterfall of creative alternatives.
Called the Stream of Consciousnessour.
The Stream of Consciousness.
We are in the J's for the back to school A to Z, and we'll have more when we return. We'll also get to the bizarre file, so stay put. Patton Oswalt joining us this morning on the show around 9:30 too. We'll be right back.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
What do you think for you is the most practical purpose for using any of these?
Well, honestly, for when I'm sitting, for example, if I'm sitting and I'm setting up something for the media, I'm watching TV or whatever, and I'm looking down at something, or I need the lights on, or I'm turning lights on and off.
Okay.
Playing music, playing
I think that's
the radio,
what I would use it for.
playing. I walk into a room. I constantly use it for weather. I constantly use it. I'll get a quick news update.
Yep.
So I'm interfacing it with that. And if you look at if you find out on your app on your phone, it'll tell you your last 70 requests, and mine are always sort of the same thing.
Okay.
I mean, it records everything, so you can find out every single request that you've asked.
I am using them all the time throughout the day.
But you know what? Like, you're busy, Steve. I know somebody, Nick, who can probably come over to your place, who I think is in between gigs right now. Gary Lauer is not doing anything right now. His house is closed.
You know what? Honestly, you don't even need an echo. Just have Gary hands.
Yeah.
It's pretty hot out there.
Just have your own Gary.
I'll turn it on for you. Lights on.
All right.
Hey, Gary, lights on.
All right, 1 second. There you go. Gary, should I wear a sweater outside? I'll be right back. It's pretty chilly. Lauer.
Lauer.
Yeah,
That's what it would be.
Yeah. Hey, Lauer.
Yeah, because Gary would be too common.
Hey, Lauer, play Allman Brothers. Lauer, switch to Skinnerd.
Hey, Lauer.
Yes. Switch to Killers. Somebody told me.
All right.
Hey, Lauer, play MMR.
Well, don't you have to kind of have like a bing bong prompt? You know. Hey, Lauer.
Working.
Play Summer Breeze by Seals and Croft.
Summer Breeze.
I met a guy.
Bill parties hard.
I met a guy.
Let's do some heroin.
At our gig the other night who is Bill's neighbor. And he told me you should hear Bill at church because Bill is a lector.
He's a lector, yes.
And so he speaks at church. Could you imagine being at church and you hear the other people that are kind of speaking like this, and Bill steps up to the microphone.
And then Jesus.
I didn't know this.
Oh, yeah.
Said Peter, you'll be the third leg of the stool.
Yes.
The word of the Lord.
The Romans are the low-hanging fruit in this scenario. Forgive them, Father, for they know not what they do.
David actually slung some fruit instead of a rock.
Who had the roast beef?
But,
I give this resurrection an A+.
But listen, when in my short amount of time that I was going to a Catholic church, my wife is Catholic, and the priest initially spoke at such a level, and you guys know my hearing.
Oh, yeah.
I sat there. I'm like, what am I even doing here?
What is he saying?
What is the point of me being
Honestly?
here? I don't hear anything.
You would want a Bill Weston. You'd want someone who projects.
Yeah. It was just I'm like, the whole time I'm thinking this is a waste of time.
Listen to me, Preston.
Yeah.
We've got a priest at our parish that performs each Sunday.
Oh, it's about him then, huh?
He's very nice. He shakes everybody's hand afterwards, and he's a nice. But it's.
I'm going to improve
you want
on
a
the
show,
word of God.
and you want to be able to hear. You can come to my church, Preston.
Right.
Okay.
Does he do close-up magic as well?
No, but he's interactive.
Yeah,
the
yeah.
kids get to come up on.
Watch me kick the cap off this block. Now, as Jesus kicked the Canaanites.
Steve, he kicks the bottle. He gives the cap off of the wine.
Snuffs out the candles.
That could work too.
Yes.
That could work too. I mean, who wouldn't find that entertaining?
Kicking a few Eucharists into the mouth. Watch this.
When I was on an
Hold that Eucharist up about just so. You can travel down a street named after you. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. I think a statue would be more awesome.
You like a statue?
I think it's
on top of a horse with a raised sword?
Yeah, with rearing
That's
up.
Preston Elliott.
Yeah, rearing up both of its front hooves in the air.
Yes.
I'd love to have that.
Wait a second.
He fought in the Civil War?
What does that mean? There's a difference.
It doesn't mean anything.
It doesn't mean nothing.
There was a long-standing myth, at least this is what I've read, that it would depend on if there was one leg raised or two, whether they died in battle or but.
Oh, I heard completely other.
Apparently that's.
I heard gay, not gay.
You're gay or not gay?
Gay general. Gay general. Oh, she's on one foot.
Ladies and gentlemen, this general was gay because both the horses' front hooves are up. I don't think that's accurate. No, trust me.
No, it's true.
Yeah, I read a book.
Yeah.
What does it mean when all four hooves are on the ground?
Polyamorous.
Yeah, exactly. They could anything.
Anything goes.
They're just looking for love. All right, so they're gonna fix that.
By curious. If they're standing alongside the horse.
Thank you, Kathy. You know what's interesting is sometimes when just by knowing that something still exists, even though you don't really use something any longer, can be comforting. And then when you find out when that thing is going away, even though you haven't used it for a long time, it's very sad.
What?
Mad Magazine is going to stop publishing issues this fall.
Yeah.
And we were subscribing a few years ago, like 3-4 years ago. My kids, like one of them picked up, saw a Mad Magazine, got it, liked it. And I'm like, oh, done deal. We're signing up for this. I love Mad Magazine. Mm-hmm. And we haven't been subscribers for a couple of years. But when I heard this, I was so bummed out. I loved Mad as a kid. It was just my favorite thing to get in the mail.
Likewise, Mad Magazine was the best. I also got Cracked Magazine.
I did too.
Then I progressed into the National Lampoon. So that was, and that helped instruct my comedic chops along the way. So many comedians, so many people, just people in general who love humor, loved Mad Magazine because it was a subversive comic book for kids. Adults read it too, but it was obviously...
Yeah, because it would flirt with adult material.
It would, all the time.
Not blue material, but it would...
Political movie parody, stuff like that. But it was very cool. And it had a litany of great artists and features. Spy versus Spy. You had...
Don Martin,
Mort Drucker, Al Jaffe. The fold out, the fold in, as they called it in the back, you would have a picture, you could fold it to become another picture. Alfred E. Neumann, of course, a legendary character. They had the TV series. But man, when that would come in the mail,
Do you still subscribe to any magazines? Do you get magazines at
last
home?
magazine I used to get at home was because we signed up for one of our family members was selling subscriptions, so we were getting Entertainment Weekly, and then that sort of went away. But in my heyday, I subscribed. I used to get Famous Monsters of Filmland, Starlog, Fangoria, National Lampoon. I was getting lots of magazines at home fairly frequently.
I used to get Entertainment Weekly for work.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I used to get that. But I still subscribe to a couple. I'm Golf Digest and Golf Magazine.
There you go.
I still want the hard copy magazine in there. I have a hard time reading magazines, a full magazine online. You know what I mean?
On the crapper.
Now articles, I can see, picking up here and there through aggregator sites and stuff like that. But if I want to dive into a full magazine, what they have to offer, I still need the hard copy. So, did you ever subscribe to dirty magazines? Because I did. The only one I ever had.
Playboy.
I had a prescription. God knows I needed it.
Son, you need something for your boner. Take 2 Hustlers and at night cut it in half. Cut Beaver magazine in half.
I had a subscription to Playboy, but that's the only one that I could ever. That one I could get away with.
You could,
but
though.
You're not embarrassed about it.
I couldn't subscribe. Penthouse, maybe. But then when you get into your Hustlers and We and, whatever the other magazines Cherry.
Wouldn't it blow your mind that people would get home delivery? Like, because I remember, there were subscription cards in these things for the other magazines. Like, who's getting Sweaty Vagina magazine at home? Here's your bills, and that looks like a good issue. Now, obviously, they would seal them specifically for the mailing, but still, you could tell what it was.
I never had subscriptions. The only one that I had were there's other two I mentioned earlier, but I was totally into scary movies when I was younger. So Fangoria, what was the other one?
There was Fangoria, there was Starlog, there was Famous Monsters of Filmland, there was, like I said, the Monster Times was another one of them. Another one, am I missing them?
You're missing one. There was Fangoria, not Fantasia. It was
Biggins?
Jugs, and they're
areolas.
People that are reminding us the names of
Butthole.
Some of the other. I subscribe to Butthole magazine.
What's this one about?
It's a picture of a guy with a pipe. I'm a butthole reader. For this Christmas, give Dad what he wants. Butthole.
Steve, what are you reading?
I'm reading Butthole, Preston. Telling me how I can set up my stereo. Apparently, you have to run the cords through your butthole.
Oh, yes.
Oh, what are you reading there?
Oh, I was just reading Butthole magazine, telling me how to get a more effective home theater. Apparently works better if you put the cord through your butthole.
Oh, my God.
Oh, this is the 10 tastiest cheeses for the holidays. Many of them are better if you put them in your butthole. Some guy with an ascot on.
Everything.
Lord Buddington.
An ascot.
Your butthole. An abscot. Oh my God. Okay. You know what? I think now that I'm reminiscing, fondly about Butthole magazine. No, I'm pretty certain it had to have been Mad Magazine. Had to have been my very first subscription to anything.
I'm going to say likewise.
Yeah.
I loved it so much, and there's just. Do you remember when you would see something in it, and it's not like you could do today. Obviously, you would look at this, you'd lend the magazine.
I never read it.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I don't.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, the only thing that I know that what you're talking about is Alfred E. Neumann and that little thing in the back.
But Preston,
the fold.
So Case, not only would you have the picture in a lot of these cases, but what you would love is in the background there'd be like flies with little fly lines around them. Or there'd be these little things that they would do to just augment the picture that made it great.
Yeah, agreed. And
the artists were great.
There were almost little Easter eggs throughout as well, and outside of the frames
all
and
over
things
the
like
place.
that. Yeah. So you really had to. You could spend a lot of time reading the magazine. It wasn't just you pick it up and tear right through it. I mean, I would hang on to them and go back and see things that I would miss the first time around.
I remember laughing out loud, as a kid, and one of the first times really laughing that profoundly. And that carried over to National Lampoon, which, again, great memories of that. And Nick, you saw the documentary about.
Yeah, with Will Forte.
Yeah, and they
phenomenal.
I remember they did a piece on, it was an old-style brochure for the largest ocean liner ever built. I think it was called the Tyrannic. And the artist illustrations were done in that sort of Art Deco style, where, they drew the ship on such an enormous scale that you were just howling with laughter.
Yeah.
You can't describe it. You have to see it. But to have that reaction from a magazine that you're sitting there, to read something and laugh that loudly is just... You don't get that.
Mad Magazine had published 550 issues prior to its reboot, by the way, which was in 2018, I believe. DC purchased Mad Magazine in 2017, but they're going to hang it up. At its height, it had 2.8 million subscribers.
Now, they took
which was in like 1973, I think.
They took a big hit when editor Max Sherman went over to handle the chores at Butthole. And,
yes, exactly.
Do you know what you're getting into over there at Butthole?
Oh, my God. Butthole Magazine. Someday.
I'm curating their wine list.
Yeah.
Apparently, it tastes better when you drink it out of someone's butthole.
But it's sad. It's sad that it's going away, even though I haven't, actively been a subscriber for a couple of years. But nonetheless. Anything from Silicon Valley to Patriots Day to Crazy Rich Asians to It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia. The list goes on, ladies and gentlemen. This is Jimmy O. Yang.
Yeah.
How you doing, Jimmy?
Morning. I'm doing well. It's
Excellent.
great.
Thanks for being here.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Patriots Day, you were fantastic in.
Thank you so much. Sadly, not a lot of people watched it.
Your character was the one who was kidnapped, held hostage by those guys, and eventually escaped and alerted the police. Hey, I know where these guys are. I know who they are. I didn't know that story.
Yeah, that guy was amazing.
Yeah.
Danny Mang, Chinese immigrant, college student, and this is about, of course, the Boston Marathon bombing. And
WMMR.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you by J-Dog Junk Removal and Hauling. Got junk and want it gone? Then you want J-Dog Junk Removal and Hauling. Veteran and military family owned and operated. You can visit J-Dog Junk Removal, RDSC.com. That's J-Dog Junk Removal, RDSC.com. So, as deputies in Washington State pursued a group of teens suspected of stealing a car last month, one deputy used an unusual tactic that tricked the suspects into surrendering, and that was he started barking like a dog.
Aha!
Deputies responded just before 8:30 a.m. to a call of a stolen vehicle. One deputy deployed stop sticks and waited for the stolen vehicle, which sustained 4 flat tires after running over the trap. The suspects, however, continued driving. Deputies had to call off the pursuit.
We got to surrender. It's a canine cop.
Yeah, that's exactly what happened, actually. The stolen car was found unoccupied and still running. Deputies surrounded the area and began searching for the teens in a wooded area. One deputy spotted the group in a creek bed, and the deputy yelled, "Stop, police. Don't make us release our canine." And one deputy can then be heard barking like a dog.
That is great.
After the deputy imitated a dog bark multiple times, the 4 juveniles came out of the creek bed and surrendered.
That's awesome. Ruh-roh.
Sergeant Darren Moss said the kids actually believed there was a dog. And in the end, they told the deputies, man, soon as I heard that dog, I gave up. Moss commended the deputies, giving them an A+ for creativity in getting the teens to comply. A driver who plunged off a 100-foot cliff in a remote area of Southern California and spent 5 days immobilized in their wrecked pickup truck was rescued this weekend by firefighters who formed a human pulley system to pluck the victim from the ravine.
It's just amazing.
A 911 caller reported seeing a vehicle at the bottom of a steep ravine on a zigzagging 2-lane road between the towns of Arvin and Stallion Springs.
Fortunately, he was an Uber Eats driver.
When firefighters got to the scheduled scene, they found a badly damaged pickup truck and one occupant at the bottom of a 100-foot cliff. Additional personnel and equipment would clearly be needed, the fire officials wrote, noting the steep, rugged terrain posed a challenge to reach the injured driver. A team of more than 20 firefighters, including 4 engine crews, 6 fire patrol units, and an urban search and rescue team joined forces to pull off the rescue. The fire crews built a rope rescue system to reach the driver, and a photo released by the department shows more than a dozen firefighters standing shoulder to shoulder on a dirt road above the ravine, holding onto a rope and lowering a rescuer down to the crashed vehicle.
Isn't that amazing?
Using the same rope rescue system, 3 more rescuers rappelled down to the ravine, secured the driver in a basket, and pulled the person up to safety.
They say they brought in a World War II bombardier to drop milk duds into his mouth.
The driver, whose name and gender were not released, was flown by helicopter to an area hospital and was being treated for non-life-threatening injuries. Pretty wild.
That's very creative.
2 people have been detained in northern China after allegedly damaging a section of the Great Wall with an excavator.
Great my ass.
The 38-year-old man and 55-year-old woman were accused of digging through the Great Wall of China to create a shortcut for the construction work nearby. I didn't know that China had their own Florida people there, but apparently they do. They allegedly expanded an existing opening in an ancient structure into a wide gap large enough for their excavator to pass through to save distance of travel.
Oh, this thing's so old.
Their excavation caused irreversible damage to the integrity and safety of that portion of the wall. Police in Yuyu County detained these 2 suspects after receiving reports about the damage. The case is under further investigation. The Great Wall, which acted as a key northern defense for successive Chinese empires, has a total length of more than 12,427 miles, and its earliest sections date back to more than 2,000 years and were later extended through China's ancient dynasties. The damage was inflicted on a section of the wall dating back to the Ming Dynasty.
Wow.
Which was 1368 to 1644, known as the 32nd Great Wall. And it is also home to a relatively well-preserved watchtower and is listed as a provincial cultural relic. So they're in a lot of trouble.
Yeah. Yes. I'm thinking long jail sentences.
This is a terrible story. A Massachusetts 14-year-old died Friday after hours after he took part in the so-called one-chip challenge.
Oh, wow.
The teen's family believes it contributed to his sudden death. Harris Wollaba, a sophomore, consumed an exceedingly spicy Paki chip at school and quickly developed a stomachache.
This was a social media challenge.
Yeah. Wollaba was picked up by family and brought home and started to feel better, but was later found passed out right as he was going to leave for basketball tryouts. He was rushed to a near hospital, and he was pronounced dead.
Man.
Cause of death has not been confirmed, with autopsy results pending. His mother, Lois, said that she believes that her son died from complications due to the spicy snack. The chip's company warns on its website that eating the chip could have adverse medical effects. Part of the challenge tests how long a person who ate the chip can last before eating or drinking anything for relief.
Does anybody here know anyone who's tried this?
No, but like Jace has talked to me about it. You know, we looked up the chip and all that kind of stuff. It's so stupid.
The Pocky brand says on its site that the chip should only be eaten by adults. It also advises people should seek medical assistance if they have trouble breathing, fainting, or prolonged nausea.
Sounds like a perfect TV snack.
Man, oh man, that's messed up. And that is all we have time for in the Bizarre File, my friend. Can I give one of these?
Yeah.
A few of these away, maybe? All right, so there's an event coming up, and Casey, Nick, and Marissa are going to be hosting a special murder mystery event.
I love this.
At Red Rum Theater on Wednesday, September 13th. So that's next Wednesday. You have to be 21 or over, and it's courtesy of 20th Century Studios, A Haunting in Venice. So if you'd like to go to this next Wednesday, we'll take callers 11 and 12 at 215-263-WMMR. You get, by the way, the event includes complimentary buffet.
Nice.
And a free drink and admission to the advanced screening of the film, only on theaters on September 15th. We have another chance for you to win at WMMR.com, so that's a pretty sweet deal.
I love it.
Call us 11 to 12, 215-263-WMMR. We're going to take a break, come back in just a second. More of the A to Z in the J's when we get back.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WM.
Chinatown every other day. He was a really nice, warm guy, and he came to the premiere and tapped me on the shoulder. He's like, "Hey, I think you did a great job."
There
nice.
you go. Is stand-up comedy where you kind of started, or acting, or where'd you begin?
That's where everything started. I started doing stand-up at the Ha Ha Comedy Club. In L.A. I had to pay $5 for 5 minutes of stage time.
You were born in Hong Kong, correct?
I was born in Hong Kong, yeah.
Came here. I know you have a book called How to American, An Immigrant's Guide to Disappointing Your Parents.
Yes, that's true.
And so you're working at a financial firm, or where was it?
It was Smith Barney, which was under Citigroup. And I graduated 2010 from college, which is right after the financial crash of 2008.
It's a perfect time.
Nobody in finance was hiring, and nobody was going to trust a 22-year-old kid with their money.
Right.
You know? So my dad hooked me up with an internship, and like one day he came home, like he was like, "Jimmy, you know, great news. They're going to hire you full-time. You're going to be a great financial advisor." And literally like tears of joy was coming out of his eyes. And I thought that was just the worst news ever. Like that to me sounded like a death sentence, you know? And I just didn't know how to tell him. And I was like, I don't want to do this, you know? I had to like disappoint my parents in order to not disappoint myself.
Yeah.
Like, that was the creed that I lived by. So after college, I did that internship for a little bit just to appease my dad, and then after that, I got 3 jobs. In when I graduated, I was a used car salesman. I worked at a comedy club as a doorman in exchange for stage time, and then I was a strip club DJ at night. So I did all those 3 things, still not knowing what I wanted to do. But there was no customers in that club, so nobody ever did.
What was it? Were you doing like day stripping, or was it the night stripper?
It was night stripping. It was after my comedy club show. There was no prime time in that club at any time. I started off with just a stand-up community, which I thought was so cool. That's one of the main reasons why I did stand-up.
So you've seen Bobby Lee's penis then?
Sadly, no. I feel a bit left out.
Wow.
I feel a bit
That
left
guy
out.
gets naked every time he comes in this studio.
Oh, really? I've been to his house, and he still has not shown me his penis.
Like, we're not even Asian.
We're closer friends, yeah.
I know.
We're not
There must
even in
be
the
something
club.
wrong with me. Maybe he only shows penis to white people.
It might be that.
That might be it.
And he tells you guys about, listen, here's what I do with the white. Whip it out.
But yeah, like Bobby was somebody I looked up to. I watched Matt TV religiously. Steve Byrne was somebody I looked up to. Ken Jeong, and now we're all like really close and good friends.
That's great.
Ken, of course, was in the movie.
Yeah,
it's great.
And you know, we all love each other, and doing this movie, one of the greatest thing, you know, was I felt like I found my creed. You know, of actors, comedians, because we all kind of went through the same phase of disappointing our parents to do this job. We all had the same experience. And, like, when we're hanging out in Singapore, there was no questions of, like, hey, can we go to Chinese food? Like, look, it's not, like, weird Chinese food. It's just like, no, everybody was just down. We're going to authentic Chinese food, and we did karaoke every night. Everybody was just on the same page, and it felt so good.
Did you do work with the Harlem Globetrotters?
Oh, man. You know, people ask me that. It was one of my very first paid jobs ever. So the Harlem Globetrotters, they go to China for like a world tour every year.
Right.
And I was like one of the only Chinese American comedians they could find. This was like 10 years ago. And I was the only one they could afford, I guess. They paid me $200.
To do what exactly?
To be a consultant. So they sent me the script for the Chinese tour to make sure nothing's offensive.
Oh.
Honestly, I didn't even read the script.
You're good to go.
I didn't know. I was like, that was my first job as a comic. I didn't know. And I skimmed through the script. There's something about, like, they bring out, like, a Hello Kitty thing, you know, in the middle of their show. I just told them for $200. I was like, dude, you know, Hello Kitty's Japanese, not Chinese. Okay, just so you guys know that. And that was it. That was my $200 worth of advice. And now on my Wikipedia says that I wrote for the Harlem Globetrotters. So.
Silicon Valley, they know not on their radar. They
Yes and no. My dad understands comedy a little better than my mom. Like, he loved it. My mom watched it for the first time. He's like, hey, Jimmy, can you not hunch it back?
He's correcting your posture?
Yeah, I was like, Ma, I'm playing a character in the show. It's like, okay, play someone who doesn't hunch his back.
Another day, another Korn story. Korn has announced that the band will release its 13th studio album, The Nothing, on September 13th. The follow-up to 2016's The Serenity of Suffering has been preceded by a first single called You'll Never Find Me, which arrived on Wednesday.
Again.
Oh, okay. Jonathan Davis said, deep within our Earth lives an extraordinary force.
He's right.
Very few are aware of the magnitude and significance of this place where good and evil, dark and light, bliss and torment, loss, gain, and hope and despair all exist as one, pulling at us every moment of our lives.
Welcome to the deep, dark caverns of energy. You are here because of Korn, yes? You are one of us. You make the hallowed sound.
It's not something he
Everyone.
It's not something that we can choose to navigate, he says, but
what a bunch of crap.
And it's the only place where balance between these dynamic and polarizing forces exists, where the soul finds its refuge. Welcome to The Nothing. Did you just make that?
I just made that.
Put it at the beginning.
One more time.
Yeah, all right.
We are in the nothing. Play the ceremonial sound. Enter.
Oh, that's like the password.
Yes,
at the door.
yeah. It's open sesame.
Okay.
You have approached the boulder of truth. To enter the hall of Korn, you must emit the sound of recognition. Proceed.
Slowly, the boulder rolls to one side.
Enter.
This is as stupid as it gets.
Davis is living.
Hi!
Come on in.
Come on in!
I love songs like that are just, oh my God, you just said it.
Yeah.
You just said it so plainly, not a lot of, flowery language or metaphors. You just said it straight out. You know, I love
I know
that.
one that comes immediately to mind that actually, when I had gone through a breakup, laid it out, and I was like,
I know
got
what it is.
Say it.
Heart of the matter?
You got it.
I knew it.
It's the economy of words.
Telling you.
The message.
Yeah.
It nailed it.
I agree. Don Henley.
Yeah.
And it's so plainly speaks. And he managed to make it all rhyme.
And he
too.
made it rhyme!
How the hell do you do that? These guys. But I wanted to throw this out as a subject of the song that gave you the strength, whatever it was. Jim, you're on the air. Good morning.
Hey, guys. Good morning. How are you?
Good. What's up, Jim?
Hey, so 15 years ago, I was working for Johnson & Johnson, and we were working on a new Tylenol product, that's Tylenol Rapid Release Gels.
Yeah.
So I'm down in Puerto Rico. I was down there for about 18 months, away from my family, the whole deal. And we were having a lot of technical problems. We're really dejected because we're thinking we're going to have to tell them to delay the launch and everything. And we're winding up the day around 8 o'clock at night. We're on our way to a small hole-in-the-wall restaurant, and as we're walking into the restaurant, we hear Rocky going the distance.
It's
and so forth. And
you got a headache? Are you ready? You got a headache? You want an immediate relief? Then you got to have Tylenol. Rapid release! Come on! Rapid release! You can't wait? Your head hurts!
But
it
Jim,
was the weirdest thing, and in Puerto Rico of all places too. It was hilarious.
Regular Excedrin stinks.
but it gave you the strength because you were missing your daughter, and you just to keep on going, right?
Exactly.
I miss you so much. But Daddy's working out. Rapid release Tylenol!
Down here in Puerto Rico.
Oh my God!
Daddy can't come home right now. He's with the Puerto Ricans. He's trying to mix rapid release Tylenol.
I hope no one's calling in for sympathy.
Not gonna get it.
Because when you got your head, it feels like it's a punching bag. You got to have immediate relief.
Yeah. Well, listen, it could.
What's that up on the roof? It sounds like a seizure.
You have to take a few Tylenol, for that. Maybe like a billion.
But it's like a billion.
Yeah.
It'll shut down your kidneys.
An artificial tongue that can taste minute differences between varieties of Scotch whiskey could be the key to identifying counterfeit alcohol.
I was watching this story yesterday, and I guess the guy who invented it, Preston, has a really thick Scottish brogue.
Yeah, so they're engineers from the University of Glasgow and Strathclyde in Scotland that created this. Yes.
So and it can. The whole purpose is to distinguish knockoff Scotch, basically
counterfeit alcohol.
Wow.
Well, because you're talking about big money when it comes to
also
some brands of alcohol.
Listen, Angus, I'm taking this home for the weekend. It's the missus's birthday.
Yeah, it's the artificial tongue.
Here, sit on this for about an hour.
The study
you'll be seeing Israeli parasites in no time.
Involving arranging submicroscopic slices of the two metals in a checkerboard pattern of taste buds.
Look at that tongue go.
Which are around 500 times smaller than those on a human tongue.
So
the scientists measured the plasmonic resonance, or the tiny difference in how much light they absorb, to identify the types of whiskey.
Will this be the companion piece to the fleshlight?
Maybe, or the Sibian. It could be used in food safety testing, quality control, security,
frat parties,
really any area where a portable, reusable method of tasting would be useful. But one whiskey expert cast doubt on the artificial tongue's effectiveness. Charles McLean.
This is a crock of crap.
A master.
You and your stupid tongue. I see right through your ruse, you knob niffler. That's a Scottish insult.
Knob niffler?
I just made it
up. It is now. You knob niffler.
Niffling knobs all day.
No, his title is he is a master of the quaich.
You're a master of the quaich.
We'll talk to Pat Oswald around 9:30 this morning, coming to town at the City Winery on October 7th. But I wanted to touch a little bit on this article that Steve had sent me, and it's about drivers of a specific make and model of a car.
Yeah.
And how they have kind of been deemed, it's hard to explain. I don't want to say the worst drivers, but maybe the drivers that just don't care the most. And they happen to be people who drive the Nissan Ultima.
Right.
Okay. And in fact, there are photos and videos dedicated to what is being called Big Ultima Energy.
Would it be
BAE, Bay?
Right. So would it be would you call it reckless?
Kinda.
Yeah.
Or a just not caring attitude.
Like they own the road.
Surprising.
Well, and part of that is because they don't really care about their car. You know what I mean?
I've had cars that were that in my life.
Yeah.
My earlier cars. Like, yeah, I'm going to go for it. It doesn't matter. This is a piece of crap.
Some insist that motorists guilty of Big Ultima Energy, BAE, are not limited to Ultima drivers, with one Reddit user surmising it's an idea, a feeling, or lifestyle that transcends beyond any other car or brand. BAE means being as trashy as possible. So it stems from a reckless, laissez-faire attitude to the road where motorists drive around without windows or with huge dents and just don't care about the damage.
I've had, I'm sure you had them as well. I had cars that were rolling garbage dumps. I had a car that it was a Ford Montego, I think it was. Preston, I guess this would qualify as big Ultima Energy. I was so cavalier about the car that I drew a tank sight on my windshield in grease pen so that I could pretend that I was shooting things as I was driving along a la a tank.
The biggest,
by the way, that's illegal, as the officer told me.
The biggest heap of my group of friends that any of us owned was my buddy Greg. He had a Maverick. And it was just this piece of junk. It was the ugliest green I've ever seen in my life. And
it's green, too.
We just didn't care. And we would like run it into things. And it was like a tank, man. It was built solid. But it was just a piece of garbage. We just didn't care. And by we kind of all...
You sort of co-drove it?
I guess. Or whatever. It was the Maverick, you know? It was that car. It was that piece of crap.
You want something moved? We'll take the Maverick.
Yeah.
We're going to eat? Take the Maverick, right? Or you just don't care.
Can we drive over that or through that? Yeah. To do it with the Maverick.
Don't you kind of wish sometimes you still had a car like that?
Yes.
That you could just be like, ram into somebody who's an a-hole driving a Schuylkill or whatever. And be like, I don't give a crap.
Nick, I had a number car. So I had a Bonneville that was rear-ended by a Mack truck. And, I mean, it was a death trap. I love that car.
Hang on, I got to go to Matt because he's got an issue right now with an Ultima. Matt, you're on the air. Good morning.
What's up, guys?
Yo, bud, what's going on?
I thought you were going to see BMWs, but, I'm behind a Nissan Altima right now. And they're tailgating right as we speak. They're tailgating someone in front of me, and they keep doing the swerve to the left to try to see if they can get in front of people.
Hate that. I hate it.
You're gonna get there, dude.
Yeah.
But that's part. That's
big Ultima Energy.
That is part and parcel for this particular article right here. So, all right, Matt, keep an eye on them. Be safe. All right, man.
Yeah, thanks, guys. You too.
We'll see ya. But that's it. You know, they just don't care. So. He mentioned BMW. So they explained that while a BMW, another car with a reputation for bad driving,
yes, it has,
might cut someone off, their drivers are likely to still look to see if there is space to do so, because they still care about what happens to their vehicle.
And that's a great point.
An Ultima driver doesn't care that their front bumper is missing. They said if you're in the way, they won't mind collecting another dent.
What was the worst damage you had on a car that you actively drove around in? I mentioned the Bonneville, which was pancaked by a Mack truck, but what did you have?
I had my Mustang. It was a 72 Mustang. It was the kind where they eventually elongated the body. Okay?
Yeah.
It almost looked like the Mach 1, if you know what that is. But it was a generation right before that. And it had a big engine. It had a 351 Cleveland engine with these big glass pack mufflers that were really noisy. And so I spun it around one time by accident and slammed into a fence and totally bashed in the front quarter panel, the passenger side quarter panel. And I drove around with that gigantic dent in it. It wasn't a dent. I mean, it was crushed. It was just absolutely mangled.
So just before it actually threw the wheel off, that's how crushed in it was.
Yeah. We had to bend it out because it was rubbing up against the wheel. And so I drove around with that thing.
Sure.
I've told you guys about that car before. From time to time, for no particular reason, these speakers in the back window, smoke would come out of those.
Oh, that's cool.
Inside the car.
Hey, that's kind of cool.
Hey, everybody, roll down the windows. Speakers are smoking again.
Well, if you're listening to a kind of artist that had like a pyro show, it would be like you're at the concert.
You could also, if you sat in the passenger seat, you could actually see the ground below through the rusted out floorboard.
The Montego, passenger side floor. There was a part where that had worn out so much you could see. And a lot of people don't get to see what pavement looks like as you're traveling directly over it.
It
was actually kind of fascinating.
Little bird's eye view you get there.
They just don't make them like they used to,
No,
guys.
they don't. I'm going to go to Tony. Hey, Tony, good morning.
Good morning. How you doing, guys?
Good. What's up, Tony?
No, I'm an Ultima driver, but I drive for a living, but I don't drive my car for, my job.
Right.
But I would have to agree with the last caller. The BMWs, when I'm on the road, I mean, if I'm going in a 25-mile-an-hour zone, they're doing at least 60 or 70.
Right. I mean, that's been the long tradition with the BMW. Do you see anything, though, to the point whereas the BMW will kind of check and see with an Ultima, you just don't care? You're going to go for it?
Pretty much. I would say, I've seen older Ultimas banged up, I would say more or less than the newer ones. The newer ones are a little bit more expensive.
Yes.
Yeah,
it's true.
If you get a brand new car, you're not going to have that BAE.
I've actually had a lady hit and run on me recently, and she was going around into oncoming traffic to pass me and then just clipped me.
Whoa. And just kept going. And did you try to track her down or call the police or anything like that?
Well,
it was Gary Busey.
After a moment of shock, I would say I did call 911 because the people in front of me stopped to let me chase her.
Yeah.
Well, that's pretty cool.
And so then I just proceeded to keep going. And the cops told me to pull over because they said that could turn into trouble.
Right.
It's an Ultima. We'll never catch.
I was wondering how police would handle something like that. You get clipped.
Yeah.
You get on the phone. You call them, and you're like, "I'm following them right now. Here's where we are."
That's the exact story, the Gary Busey story.
Yeah. And I'm wondering if the police would say, "Okay,
stop.
You need to stop because that's dangerous."
Shoot at them.
Do you have a
Shoot out their
firearm?
tires. I guarantee you
thanks, Tony.
that they would dissuade you from handling your own pursuit.
Right.
But at least if you could, at that time, when you're on the phone with 911, give a license plate number, make and model, and then you can, once you have all that information, then you can just kind of back off.
What happens, I think, in that time, Casey, if you can, and if you have the wherewithal, by the time you make the call and the police are arriving, if you could have fashioned out of whatever you have in the car a diorama of the incident with scale models to show exactly what happened, that would help them in their search.
That's true. That it certainly wouldn't hurt.
This is 1/32 scale.
Let me go to Heather. Hi, Heather. Good morning.
DBH.
Yo, what's up, Heather?
So we're talking about cars. How about small Peen Energy with the lifted trucks that don't give a flying you-know-what, up your ass, cut you off? Yeah.
Yeah, that definitely gets under my skin. Casey calls them murder trucks. Yeah, murder trucks. I agree. I can't help but do a little bit of judgment when I see that heading down the road. I'm like, that's a bully. That's what I think immediately. You're a bully for whatever reason. You know?
Yeah, I mean, it's like what my dog is to my other dog. He's like, I'm just a little bit bigger, and I'm going to move you out of the way.
Yeah.
Just get out of the way.
Yeah.
There's
There are a lot of them out there.
There are a
too.
lot of them, too, and it kills me,
Heather.
too, because a lot of times you'll see people who own those, like for example, when I was living in Manayunk, I don't know what their job was. They didn't. A lot of times, people didn't appear to have any sort of job that would require a pickup truck. Yet, why you would go and live in that area with those small streets and a pickup truck defies logic.
Hang on, I want to go to Chris, an insurance adjuster, speaking to the Ultima phenomenon. Hey, Chris. Good morning.
Good morning. If you're looking for a love,
That was
Kill
old
Bill.
intern Kill Bill. What's up, buddy?
hey, so I'm calling because you guys are talking about the Ultima, and I do personal auto adjusting all day, every day, and the Ultima is a public enemy number one. They cause so many accidents or in accidents constantly.
Really?
And do you believe there's some veracity to this concept of a more cavalier attitude?
Absolutely. Now, the Ultimas, they are a more affordable car. So, you see a lot of people drive them. So there's also strength in just the fact that there's a lot of them on the road.
Yes.
But I mean, yeah, sometimes people just use it for their personal bumper cars. They're just ramming people in the back, making tight turns. It's insane. It really is.
Let me ask you, as an adjuster, so would someone be inclined to pay a little bit more, or are there liabilities to getting? Because Nissan makes fine automobiles, but with a person who's going to get one, will they maybe get a little bit of a bigger insurance hit for having one?
I mean, I don't necessarily believe so. I mean, it definitely goes into the factor for like premiums and stuff like that. So I'm sure that affects them kind of in the long run.
Right.
But you'll definitely see coverages that they have. They'll kind of vary, but you'll see that they have very little. They have a low threshold for liability. So
okay.
I love how you put that.
Industry speak. What about BMWs?
BMWs. We get those too. Those kind of suck in the sense that as soon as you hit them, you're getting very close to total loss territory, where it's just too expensive to replace the pieces. So everyone treats them like they're made of glass.
Yeah.
And they drive like that.
That's the difference. Is that the owners will baby them more than an Ultima.
Right.
I'm not saying that there aren't people who don't do that, but overall it seems
they're less likely to stunt drive.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you, Chris. Appreciate it, man.
You're welcome.
All right. We'll see you later.
I love that.
Wow. Mike has a comment. Yo, Mike. Good morning.
Morning, guys.
Hey, bud.
Hi, Mike.
What's up, man?
So a couple weekends ago, I went up to Pittsburgh, and my buddy who drives an Ultima decided we were going to carpool with him because he saved some money. I'm never getting in his car again. Any car with him driving.
So what did you experience?
So he would be the first person to complain if somebody went 5 miles an hour over the speed limit if he was the passenger.
Right.
He was doing like 25 over the speed limit on the turnpike. So he's doing, 95 miles an hour. And he's flying around the turns doing that speed. You'd like, if you weren't holding on to the crap handle, you'd fly out of your seat practically.
Wow. So, and he had no perception of it.
No, and he'd ride people's asses like it was part of the road. He would do that nonstop. I think by the time he got there, I had calluses on my hand from holding onto the handle.
And do you think the Ultima fed into that?
Well, I didn't know about this till now, but I'm thinking that might very well be the case.
It might be it.
He just doesn't care.
BAE, Big Ultima Energy. All right, thanks, man. Appreciate it. Hang on, there's a license plate. It says, I am currently next to an Ultima with the license plate Hot Dada. Now, that's BAE is what they say.
Hot Dada.
Hot Dada.
I want to see a picture of this Dada.
Let's go to Michael. Hey, Mike. Good morning, bud.
Hey. Hi, Mike.
Hey, what's up, bud?
Situation.
Hey.
So I'm literally driving on 95 right now, and there's a white Nissan Altima with the driver's side window duct tape to hold it up, front bumper gone, and they're trying to dodge through traffic but going nowhere.
And so they don't care.
They don't care.
The car's beat up. They're just they're gonna nudge their way in and do a little rubbing.
Rubbing is racing, right?
Rubbing is racing.
That's right. They're in their own zone. They don't care. They don't care about anybody else.
It's funny you should mention that, Michael, because one of the videos, I think it might have been in the article I sent you, Preston, I think it was from the Daily Mail, there's a guy driving an Ultima literally with the driver's side door off.
I think all four of the doors were off. I think they were treating it like a Jeep and removed the doors and just driving.
You got to admire that.
I mean, that's illegal, right? I mean, you can.
Yes.
Well, I don't know.
No, it's illegal.
You can drive a Jeep without the doors on it. Yeah. It's illegal. I wonder if you can just take a standard sedan.
What's the delineation?
And remove their doors.
I made it a Jeep, Ma.
Speaking of Jeeps, there was a guy that texted and he said that the Jeep drivers are the worst.
No, we're not.
That they're the most aggressive. I never really encounter that.
It's not true.
This guy says I'm a plumber in New Jersey. I'm on the road a lot. Jeep's terrible 90% of the time. It's a Jeep that's being an aggressive a-hole. I usually don't catch that.
I saw one yesterday.
Being driving aggressively?
It was a Wrangler, and it was a woman, and she just did not care. And she was weaving in and out of traffic on 30. And
the other car was probably an Ultima.
Probably.
Yeah. Carrying some of that energy. No, I've always thought, the perception I had for the longest time was that people, Volvos had that safety record, and that a lot of people drove as if they were looking to, had a vested interest in maintaining that safety record, overly cautious. But Jeeps always kind of seemed in that realm to me as well. I see, people out in the street, they're not, I don't consider them aggressive.
They dress them up. And
obviously, there's outliers.
They kind of, I don't know. Here's from this article. It says one viral video shared on a BAE dedicated Facebook page.
Oh, you got to check that out.
A woman was seen booting the front bumper of an Ultima after it clipped her car. And with a growing crowd hollering at the scenes, the driver then apparently provides a perfect example of big Ultima energy. Without a thought of their own battered motor, the driver speeds into the woman's car and continually dents and damages the vehicle. So you're doing like, Demolition Derby.
Demolition Derby
style.
Absolutely.
Which, by the way, I've always wanted to do that.
Let's do it.
Driving a demolition derby.
There's a guy named David Kettlewood. He's a longtime listener of the show. He's a really great guy, and he was at a demolition derby a few weeks ago, and he saw spray painted on the side of whatever wreck that they had out on the course, I guess is what you would call it.
the track.
In quotes, Manthe.
What?
Yeah, and I meant to tell you guys this, and I didn't remember until just now. So.
I love that. You know, Casey, you kind of came close. You drove into a wall to deploy the airbag.
No, I drove into another car.
Oh, it's another car?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and that was in a junkyard.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, they have demo derbies around here, do they not?
Yes.
Well, yeah.
Yes.
So David lives up near Quakertown, I think.
Is that where he was for the thing?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And so somebody spray painted on the side of the car, Manthe. So I'll try to get a photo.
Doesn't the Kathy Romano collection sponsor a demolition derby?
Let me go to Evan, who has a comment. Hi, Evan. Good morning.
Yeah, a couple.
Yeah, very well done.
Not bad. It's hard to do that, by the way.
Yeah, a couple.
What's up, Evan?
Hey, so I drive a lot, and I've noticed if I'm on the highway by myself, it's a 65 or 70 going 80, the worst are Dodge Rams. You'll be the only one on the road. They'll come right up on you. They won't go around you, and they'll just be feet from your bumper.
Do you know what? Let me ask you this, Evan. So what bothers me is if you're in the slow lane, and they ride your ass in the slow lane, and I'm always going over the speed limit, a reasonable amount, especially on the turnpike. But if you're in the slow lane and they're not using the passing lane and just simply staying on your ass,
I'll slow down.
What's that about?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Right. There's so much room. Just go around.
Yeah, go around. In fact,
I'm already going fast.
is it
Go
not
around me.
the law in Jersey
Thanks, Evan.
specifically?
Yeah.
You got to get over.
You've got to get over. Or I've never seen anyone ticketed for not, but it's supposed to be the law.
For being in the fast lane and going too slow?
Going too slow in the fast lane. Yeah, you've seen it?
No, I haven't seen it, but I know that is the case
All
in New
right.
Jersey, and they said they were going to be enforcing that rigidly. I've never seen
How
anybody get
instantly
pulled over.
can you deputize yourself?
Ooh,
Yeah.
that's a good question.
What do you have to? You have to. It's like. Is it like the divorce in The Man with Two Brains, Preston, where you circle your hands and break a vase?
We'll have to check with our legal department on that. So yeah, I found that interesting that the Nissan Altima, and it's pointed out in this article, so much so that there are Facebook pages and things like that dedicated to the big Ultima Energy.
To be honest, I agree with the notion that sometimes you miss having a vehicle like that.
Yeah, a junker.
Yeah.
Or something that's you care a little bit less about.
Let's drive this into the ocean.
Yeah, I know. I saw this other related article, sort of, and this is actually, it's out of Florida, but pretty soon children under 18 will be required to have a driver's license or learner's permit to get behind the wheel of a golf cart in
That's
Florida.
funny.
So how golf carts can book, can't they?
Yeah, they usually have a governor on them, so
Right.
but you can. I've never learned where underneath the seat you could put a golf tee into the governor to basically render it useless.
Right.
But no, I mean they definitely top off at a certain.
Like, what is it, 30?
No. Well, I mean it depends on.
On a
down the
golf
shore.
course,
Yeah.
no.
Yeah.
You're going like maybe 7 or 8 miles an hour at most.
Right. Down the shore, I think 25.
25.
Yeah.
In fact, they have to be able to go 25 miles an hour.
Yeah. Because they're on the street and they have the.
because they ride on the street. Yeah.
We were moving my father out of state. He was moving down to Tennessee. He lived there briefly. And we were coming from New York, and my friend Scott disconnected the governor on the U-Haul truck.
Oh, my God. Yeah, because those are on there.
They're on there.
Yeah, I've had to drive those
so
before.
Preston, we're in a U-Haul booking.
Yeah.
Wow.
I took Seamus and Avery to play golf in July. And so Seamus, I think, had just turned 16 and Avery's only 14. They drove. And so I needed 2 carts. I let Avery drive a cart the whole time. I let Seamus drive a cart the whole time. And and they were great. Nobody stopped us.
Right.
I mean, she was only 14.
It's actually a great training aid to learn how to drive a car.
It would seem to be.
There in the neighborhood that I live in, people drive around on golf carts all the time, and there are kids. There's like too many of them now. Actually, they kind of get in the way. But I'm like, okay, they're probably going to be a good driver if they're driving around at 12, 13, 14 years old. In golf carts, it's the same basic operations of a vehicle, and once you get that down, that's a big step.
Do you think there is? Well, they could purchase an electric car. I guess I was wondering the difference between obviously learning to drive on an electric vehicle, but you could get an electric car when you port over to your own car. So that eliminates that question.
Yeah, but they make obviously electric and combustion engine golf carts. Hang on, Donna wants to speak in defense of Ultima drivers.
Okay.
Hi, Donna. Good morning.
Hi. I am not in defense of Ultima drivers.
Oh, okay.
I called to confess, and Donna's not my real name because I know my children are
Okay.
I'm calling to let you know that I inherited a Nissan Ultima from an old woman who it already came with vents, but it had 35,000 miles on it. It's like 8
That's
years
nothing.
old.
Yeah, that's nothing.
So I took it, and I have to tell you, I heard this conversation start when I was on the turnpike, and I'm out in Upper Darby now. I didn't talk on the phone when I was driving.
All right.
Oh, you're the
but
one.
I have to say, you described me to a T, sort of. I'm not a reckless driver, but if I bump into the pole coming out of the parking lot, I'm okay with that. It already has the dent.
Exactly.
And I'm okay with people like driving past me and dinging my rearview mirror because it already has dents.
She's like, no problem, and waves to them.
Is it kind of freeing? It's
liberating,
It
Donna.
is.
Yeah.
It is, but I am not that reckless driver, and I'm telling you, on my way over here, there were BMWs that were doing exactly what you guys were saying.
Okay.
Being careful, and then all of a sudden, like zipping in my lane. And I thought, if you're listening to WMMR and think you can bump me, don't go there.
Right. Well, that's very candid. I agree with you. That's one of the joys. It is. You'll park in any parking lot. You'll park next to any vehicle. Like when you get a brand new car, it's like I'm going to park over here, and I don't want to. And the truth of the matter is, it's whatever's going to happen is going to happen. You can't stop it.
My husband asked me if I wanted a new car for one of my birthdays, and I was like, "Why do I want a new car?" I could have a choice of whatever I wanted. I was like, hell no, this is a great car.
Yeah. So if you pull into, say, the Wells Fargo Center, where they have very narrow parking spots, you don't care.
Doesn't matter.
I'm there. I'm there.
Yeah, someone opens their door into your car, you don't care.
Whatever.
Yeah.
Not at all. But I'm not the dinger. I'm the ding.
You're the ding. Yeah.
You're the ding, dirty darn.
Yes. So I don't follow that BAE.
Right.
Maybe spell it backwards for me. I don't know.
Okay. All right. I like that. All right. Thank you, Donna. So-called Donna.
Yeah.
We appreciate
So-called
it.
Donna. Exactly. My kids are listening, and I know it.
They know your voice.
All right. We'll see
They
you.
do.
Thanks.
They do. But I'm going to see if I get any of their phone calls.
All right. All right, we'll see you. Yeah, she mentioned the BMW thing. It's one of the reasons that I've never bought a BMW. I've shopped them, and I think they're beautiful cars.
They are great cars.
And I just didn't like the way they operated or handled. But then that other thing,
luggage
rep that comes with that.
Yeah,
I'll never
helped
forget.
me avoid buying a BMW.
You and I, Preston, sitting in a top of the line BMW as a potential advertiser and dealer, trying to figure out how to shut the car off.
Yeah.
Yeah. It was
like a 750L.
Right.
Which
Over-engineered.
is their really long version. I think that I don't remember the exact number, but it was we couldn't figure out how to get the thing in park.
Oh yeah, that happened to me too. In one of them. Yeah.
Yeah.
They were too much for me. Like there was too much going on in that car for me. I was like, this is not for me.
I drove a BMW for 2 leases and
That's right.
avoided talking about it on the radio. I think we maybe mentioned it twice, and both time I cringed because I didn't want to be labeled.
The BMW driver.
I don't want to be called BMW driver. Now I'm a Jeep driver. Woo! Yay, Jeeps.
Here's a text says, on my way to work in Harleysville, there's a jackass in an Ultima with his face in his cell phone and just cut me off, making turns
There you
across
go.
309.
Mm-hmm.
There are a lot of people getting cut off right now.
Big Ultima Energy.
You know what really irks me is tinted windows. I don't know how people are getting away with that with tinted windshields.
Me either.
Yeah.
I don't. You can get a prescription that says you're allowed to have those.
They're not
I gotta
getting
guess
prescriptions.
80% of the people that have them don't.
No, there's too many of them.
And can't you be pulled over for that alone?
I've been pulled over for that.
Have you?
Yes. I had, and so I was one of the people that I despise. No, but, so I had gotten my windows tinted. I got pulled over, and the cop gave me a ticket, and he's like, you can either pay the ticket or take the tint off your window. And I was like, wow, I'm just going to pay the ticket because I had already paid to put the tint on the window. But now, like when I'm riding my bike, I need eye contact with people, and I can't see you. And it's the same thing as a driver.
Also, with the trucks we've mentioned, the jacked up ones and all that, and sometimes they usually have some type of a sticker on there that is meant to offend certain people.
Yeah.
They're usually tinted too, I've noticed.
I need to be able, like when we're at an intersection, I need to have like visual, like clarification. Like, you know what I mean? It's
somebody
just
waving you through, or
unsafe.
do they actually see me? I see this person looking at me and knows that I'm here.
On the police level, it's easily understandable why that's an issue.
Oh, no doubt.
You for a cop to go up alongside a vehicle and they can't see what's going on in the vehicle, that is a huge liability.
All right, we have an update on a call from earlier in this segment. Matt is back on the phone. Hi, Matt. Good morning.
Hey, thanks for calling, guys.
Yeah, our pleasure. Happy to be on the show. What's up?
So they went for that pass, and there was a police officer coming the other way.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
and
so
did he get
got
him?
Yeah, they got him, yeah.
What? That virtually never happened.
Dude.
I know. I could not believe it. Anytime you need the police, usually they're never around with this kind of thing.
Right.
But
Listen.
It happened.
If you ever get the rare occasion that somebody dicks you over on the road, and then you get to see them get pulled over.
best.
2 or 3
It is one
months
of
ago.
the greatest things
It's the best.
Yeah.
in mankind.
I had a dude. There was a line of traffic, Preston, and everyone was stopped. And the dude darted over onto the shoulder and started screaming down the shoulder. Well, in the line was a police car who pulled out immediately and got him.
Surely he had his pregnant wife with him
Yes,
in the
of
car, and they were
course.
rushing to the hospital, right?
It's like, where
All
are
right,
you
Matt,
going?
Thank you for that satisfying update. We appreciate it,
Oh,
Matt.
yes, absolutely.
All right, see you, bud.
Preston, you know that stretch where you get, I think, north of Lansdale, maybe halfway between Lansdale and Quakertown, where the Northeast Extension goes from 3 to 2 lanes?
Yes.
So the douchebag was doing that. We were heading south on the Northeast Extension. He was weaving in and out of traffic. Everybody, was his enemy. And we got south of Lansdale, and he was pulled over on the side of the road. And it just was, you just can't help but laugh.
Did you tap the horn when you went by?
I waved. Yeah, see, congratulations, buddy.
I really want that set. I don't think I've ever had it happen where that person tailgates, gets past you, they get pulled over, and to be able to drive by and honk the horn.
Or
would
just slow down,
be so wonderful.
lower the window. He's got drugs in the trunk.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Wow. All right. Well, anyhow, thought it was interesting about the Ultima. I don't know if it's legit or not, but
Well, in the
seems
world of insurance, yeah.
some people are concurring on this, but I thought that was worth sharing.
Yeah.
All right. We are going to take a break. We have Pat and Oswalt coming up in a little bit, and if we have some time, I got some City Beat stories I think are pretty cool. And the back to school A to Z, obviously that continues. We're in the J's. I think we're getting into the JU because we played Judas. Yeah, so we got a bunch of JU songs. Try and think of what they might be. Be back in a few minutes.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
It's a compliment I just paid you. I didn't even know it.
Is master of the Quaich, by the way.
You're a master of the quaich.
Master of the Queef.
And your wife is a master of the queef. Yeah, I said it. You tongue-building ass.
He said, flavor assessment in the whiskey industry is done by smell, taste, and texture. Of all
the 3 R's.
Of all...
What?
I'm Scottish.
Of all the senses employed, smell is the most important, he says.
Absolutely.
Whiskey blenders and quality assessors rely entirely...
Stick your tongue in your nose.
So anyhow, they made an artificial tongue.
You made and look at you.
Yeah.
You're finally living the dream. You made your stupid ass tongue.
You fake tongue freak.
You frig nibbler.
Frig nibbler.
He's just making things up.
I'm making them up and they're sticking.
I love it.
I'm rubber, you're glue.
You frig nibbler.
You frig nibbler. You chowder huffer. When an angry Scotsman says it, it carries more weight.
You lollygagger.
He's a carp tickler. That's a compliment.
Here's the thing. When I make jokes about people that have disabilities, never the person with the disability gets mad at me.
Well, there you go.
Ever.
There you go.
It's always the person who knows the person with the disability. It's always the person who is like, my son.
Do you get extra firepower because you are a person of smaller stature?
Yes, I'm a dwarf, midget, person short stature, and I know it's my voice. You can't tell. I'm not on the radio like, oh, plus and stuff. Woohoo! Like, no, I don't sound like that. But yes, I get a little more leeway because it's really hard to get mad at the dwarf who's making jokes.
Do you ever have someone get pissed off at you and then not realize that you are, and then like you see them like.
Yeah, on the radio. Yeah, on the radio that happens because, like I said, I don't sound like. And then they come like, "How dare? Well, how would you like it if you have a disability?" It's like, I can't wear adult clothes. Like I gotta pick up chicks with Bob the Builder on my T-shirt. All right, yeah. Like I did a show a few weeks ago, and there's a guy in the audience, and he was in a wheelchair. And he didn't have any legs, right? And I immediately started making fun of him. Right. And he laughing. You could tell he's laughing because the chair was moving back and forth real fast. And the audience got mad. And like one dude stood up. He's like, "Stop making fun of him. What if he gets mad at you?" And I was like, "I'll run up some stairs. I'm not worried. This guy's not gonna do. He's not a threat." So yeah, like it's always the people that don't have the ailment that I'm talking about that get mad.
Do you ever get hit up for do scripts come your way for yeah.
And
what's the most bizarre you've gotten sent your way?
Oh my God.
Because you know you had when the Hervé Villechaize story was being done, right?
Well, yeah, because that's Dinklage though.
Yeah,
that's the problem.
He produced it.
He's the Dinklage is the top guy. I hate Peter Dinklage. It's strictly jealousy. It has nothing to do with him as a person. He's probably a delightful human being, but he's in everything. If they made a movie and called it the Brad Williams story, it would be starring Peter Dinklage. It's madness.
What's the craziest thing you've been offered? Yeah.
Well, the craziest thing I was ever offered, and I actually did it. So this one dude wrote me and said, "Hey, I'm doing a horror film, and I need you to be like a monster or whatever."
Really?
And I was like, "All right, cool." And I had to sit in the chair. They put the mold all around me. You have to sit there for however many minutes.
It's claustrophobic, right?
Yeah, so the mold sets. It's really kind of scary. And then you do it, and then he goes, "Okay, this could be the monster mold." And I did the film. It's like some low budget independent.
Yeah.
It's nothing anyone's seen. What I didn't know is that the guy took the mold and sold it to somebody who turned me into a sex toy.
Are you kidding?
That is
There's a Brad Williams sex doll?
Yes. Well, not anymore because I sued them.
Were you flattered?
Unbelievable.
Were you slightly flattered?
Slightly flattered, but like, dude, it was freaky because someone gave me the website.
Did you get one at least before you sued him? Because you could literally go F yourself.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Oh, yeah. My wife could have something to do while I was gone. But yeah, like I looked at this website. It was me. It was me, and I just thought to myself, like, how weird is this gonna be if someone on the street who bought this sees me walking the other way and just goes, "Whoa!" Like, and it just like has this weird reaction. I'm like, "Why are you acting like that?" He's like, I usually put my penis somewhere on you." Like Like, that's great.
Was it being
madness.
marketed as Brad Williams? Or?
No,
I'm sure not. Yeah.
No, it was marketed as like a midget sex toy. Like, this is how you could bang a dwarf. And
What
I'm
a
just
world!
Like,
Wow.
Yeah, and I'm
What
just
a
like,
world.
wow. So yeah, I had to get my legal team involved in that.
Oh my
Brad, what were they going for? Do you know? I'm just curious.
It was like $125. It was like an expensive sex toy.
Wow.
I once was asked to play in a charity golf tournament, and I thought, absolutely great. I'll go play in the charity golf tournament, and I do. And they had these golf carts that had the names of all the celebrities on the golf carts. So I'm walking, and it's like it's Bill Engvall was in it, and like some guy from Greece, not John Travolta. So who the hell cares? And then I see my golf cart. It says Wee Man on the golf cart.
No way.
Yeah, it says Wee Man on the golf cart. And at first I was pissed. And then the group I was playing with start walking towards me going, oh, we're so glad we got Wee Man. All our friends got lame celebrities. We got Wee Man. I'm like, oh, God, now I got it.
Yep.
Now I can't be like, you actually did get a lame celebrity. So I faked it. I faked being Wee Man because I thought, these guys are giving a lot of money to charity.
Sure.
Let's make sure they have a good time. So like I faked it. I started saying I was Wee Man. Then we get to this hole that's sponsored by Hooters, because if you play in these charity golf tournaments, there's all the holes that are sponsored by different restaurants, corporations, whatever. So the hole is sponsored by Hooters. It's a bunch of girls. They're the Hooters girls. They have the wings and beer and stuff. And we walk up, and this Hooters waitress sees me and goes, "That's not Wee Man."
Wow.
And everyone, and I'm like, wait, no, I'm Wee Man. Like, because now this has gone down to like 12, 14 holes. I can't like just suddenly turn around. So I'm like, no, what are you talking about? I'm Wee Man. And she goes, no, that's not Wee Man. I had sex with Wee Man.
Oh, God.
You are not Wee Man. And I'm like, what? So I run up to her.
Oh, my God.
I grab her by the wrist, and I kind of explain to her the situation. And I'm like, hey, I know I'm not Wee Man. Yeah. These guys are doing it for charity. Think I am. The freaking charity thought I was.
Yeah.
Like, so it's on them. This is not me trying to do this. Just play along. And I peeled her off like $40, because when you give $40 to a Hooters waitress, they'll do anything.
So did she immediately, was she receptive to it, or did you have to work her?
She immediately flipped around and was like, oh, okay, totally get it. And then she's like, never mind, I was wrong, Wee Man. And I thought, kudos to her.
Yeah.
Because she's, first of all, she blatantly just yelled out in front of a group of strangers, I had sex with a midget. And then a few minutes later says to the same strangers, I had sex with a midget and forgot which midget it was. So that's kudos to her.
Yeah, that's worth $40.
That's worth $40 just for that moment. But then,
oh my God,
here's the best part.
All right,
it's not done. Here's the best part. I like, so now the problem is solved, and now the guys are like all teeing off, and I go to the back and I kind of go to her and go, hey, so you had sex with Wee Man? And she goes, yeah, I had sex with Wee Man. And she goes, he came in the restaurant, he chatted me up, and it was good. I recognized him, and then we had a little fun. And then she goes, here, I'll show you a picture. And she busts out the picture, and she shows me the picture, and I look at the picture, and I go, that's my dwarf friend Sean.
Oh, yes! That's not Wee Man.
That's not
She
Wee
did
Man.
not have sex with Wee Man. She had sex with Sean.
I like Kevin Costner, so I'm sticking to it. You know what he's doing? He does the voice of the dog in The Art of Racing in the Rain, that new movie coming out.
The Art of Racing in the Rain. What's that about?
So it's one of these endless series of stories like a dog's purpose of dogs. I'm a sucker for all of them, but this is another. You're hearing the dog's thoughts, right? And Milo Ventimiglia, and who is the girl from Mean Girls?
I know who you're talking about.
Yeah, you know what I'm talking about.
I love her to death.
Amanda
Seyfried.
Amanda Seyfried.
Yeah.
And so it's actually my wife's favorite book. But I kept seeing the commercial. I'm like, I know that voice. It's Kevin Costner.
Cool.
I would love to see what they're actually thinking.
Why don't you lick her butt? Go ahead.
Never mind.
No, you'd love to see what? It's about the dog thing?
Yeah.
All right, what?
Don't worry about it.
Okay.
Just keep-
It's
move
the
on.
story of a dog and his thoughts.
Lick her butt. Go ahead, lick it. You love it.
I licked mine. I love that.
Hey, where do you want to go for dinner, buddy? Doesn't matter. I eat frozen turds. So when are you going to lick her ass?
Get off that!
Lick her butt already.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
Hey, buddy.
All right.
I love you, man. I know you're getting up there in years. Yeah. Did you lick her butt yet? Because that's really a lot of what dogs think about.
That's what they do. They love it. Yeah.
Hey, I just ate some tampons.
Oh, my God. Dude, we eventually... So
I know.
It's finally stopped in our house. We finally got a trash can with a little closing lid on the top of it.
Right. They're predators.
For the bathroom.
If they're going to rip a rabbit to pieces in your yard,
yeah, exactly.
A tampon's like a buffet.
Oh, my cats can get into those trash cans.
Oh, really?
I have to put the heavy tissue box holder on top of the trash can with the lid.
No kidding. Okay.
Pets are so fun and
Aren't
cute.
they? Aren't they
They're
adorable?
eating your tampons.
Yeah, they rip animals apart in the backyard.
Buddy, is your paw hurt? Yeah, it doesn't feel too good. Did you lick her butt yet?
I have a question for you, Steve.
Lay it on me.
Should I get into the Bachelorette stuff here in a little bit, or we can?
We did it as a separate segment.
We can parse it out here if you want. All right, so Jed popped the question.
All right.
We got the clip here.
Now, this is the dummy who is a up and coming musician, and to this point, the only thing he's sold is a dog food jingle.
Hey, that's an accomplishment. That's
it's not even a good dog food jingle.
I would love to see throughout the series when he's talking to the camera and saying, I'm really just looking to find someone that I can fall in love with and all this. And at the end of this going, well, I really did this for my career because I figured it would boost my visibility a little bit.
Right.
That's really what I was doing.
But if you're trying to paint yourself as sort of an emotional, in-touch singer-songwriter, and this is the way you treat this girl, it's not going to really work for you.
Oh, we have his jingle. Marissa just sent over his dog food jingle.
Here we go.
All right, here we go.
Rain or shine, kind of love like nothing you've seen before.
No.
This is for dog food?
It's for dog food.
Okay.
And the dog is waiting.
The dog's what?
The dog's waiting for the master to come home.
Okay.
And it's a high-quality dog food.
Okay. Is the dog wearing something sexy?
Sexy, lingerie, yeah. And has a dildo in one paw.
Okay.
The dog really does deserve the best. So go pick him up some better balls.
And the thing, it's metaphor. Okay, so here's the deal. And his reason for doing the commercial is real, because this is the food that he's been eating at home himself, because the career's not going well. Man, I love this stuff. You put it on some bread, it's delicious.
And then the last birthday today, our favorite butthole, Hope Solo.
Hope Solo's butthole.
Hope Solo, the goaltender for the women's U.S. Soccer team. And then we found out there was a Twitter account called Hope Solo's Butthole because she had posted naked pictures of herself, and apparently you could see that particular part of her body, and somebody took upon that name, and we just thought it was funny.
Our favorite Twitter account. That and Bill Weston's hair.
Do you remember she had, there was some controversy of her being abusive, I think it was?
Yes, to an ex-boyfriend.
Yeah.
A family member too, right?
Yeah, something along those lines.
She beat the hell out of like a niece or nephew or something?
I've forgotten, but...
she was arrested in 2014, charged with 2 misdemeanor accounts of assault and in the 4th degree.
Wow. Lest I remind you that her butthole has never been arrested.
Not once.
Yeah.
How old is she?
I'm just saying.
I'm sorry, ma'am. We're going to have to arrest your butthole.
Why?
How do you cuff them?
Wait a second. I'm just glad on that.
WMMR.
Before we go anywhere, conversation-wise, Nick wanted to say hi to somebody.
A few people, actually, Preston. A lot of people swung by where we were set up at the Gorge this past weekend for the Dave Matthews shows, and they were all MMR listeners and all Preston and Steve fans. So I just wanted to thank Allie and Brian and Alicia and Brett and Nikki and Matt and Ellie and Blair and Donna for stopping by and saying hi, and for repping MMR and repping Philly out at the Gorge. And then there's this guy named Wayne that I didn't get to meet him, but he was flying a MMR flag above his RV.
Oh, awesome.
And it was so cool. And he was into the shows before I got over to his RV. And then we kept missing each other. And then he ended up leaving me a T-shirt, which was so nice of him. And I wasn't able to pick it up. But thank you so much to Wayne for flying that MMR flag. And I'll see you guys next year at the Gorge.
That's awesome.
Yeah, it was really cool.
Nice. All right. I wanted to mention a couple things. We have... Patton Oswalt coming up at 9:30, so we have a little bit of time. To play with. And yes, Casey, I think we need to go to the City Beat because I have some very specific stories that are...
Scoobity wow wow. He uses a ped egg on his feet so he can better pound a beat.
I've not used my pet egg
You
in
have
a long
not?
time.
Because you loved your pet egg.
Yeah, but the roughness on my feet that used to exist, they're silky smooth now. It's pretty wild. I don't know why.
Wonderful.
I went through that, but I still have the pet egg.
Are you returning to modeling?
Haven't used that. No, I'm not ready to come out of retirement yet. This is really cool, and they've done this before, but Wawa. Teachers and school administrators can stop by your local Wawa on your way to school all month and get a free cup of coffee.
I swung by my Wawa on the way into work yesterday morning, and my man Nate, who works behind the counter on Mondays and Tuesdays, said, "Hey, you're a teacher, right?" And I said, "No, I work at a radio station." He's like, "Oh, man. Teachers get free coffee." And I was like, I am a teacher, Nate. But it was so nice of him to, I don't know, I guess he thought that I was. And
do you have any teacher in you?
Right, yeah. I was like, my mom's a teacher.
So, yeah, they're doing this. It started this past Friday. Educators can get one free hot coffee in any size each day at any Wawa in Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Delaware, Maryland, Virginia, and Washington, D.C., and it runs through September 30th.
That's pretty cool.
Isn't that awesome?
By the way, is it? Didn't they have a deal where you paid one price for any size coffee? Right? Was that? I don't quote me on that. But
Like now,
they always
or
have
ever?
good deals on the coffee.
Oh, they do.
Yeah.
I don't know. So to receive their free cup of Joe, educators have to bring their coffee to the checkout counter and tell the cashier that you work at a school.
No. All right.
No
what it
ID.
says.
No ID necessary.
That's what it says.
Urine sample?
No additional purchase necessary, but the offer does not cover iced coffee or made-to-order espresso drinks. So
How
it's
much
just-
is 4 plus 4?
Just the straight-up coffee. The promotion is part of Wawa's back-to-school celebration. They have teamed up with Donors Choose, a nonprofit that fulfills teachers' requests for school supplies.
Yes.
To contribute $50,000 to schools in the Mid-Atlantic region. Teachers that submit requests to Donors Choose may receive matching funds from Wawa if their school meets eligibility criteria.
And teachers often pay out of their own pocket.
Oh, yeah,
when
they
it
do.
comes to school supplies.
Yeah, most definitely.
Yeah. I like that.
Yeah, I thought that was pretty cool.
I like that
too.
Wawa.
How about? I think I had another Wawa-related thing here, which has to do with the Eagles as well. Yeah, this is pretty cool. I had this last week. I didn't get a chance to get to it, but the Eagles have found a way to repurpose one of Center City's shuttered Wawas, and they're doing it for a good cause. It's been closed since 2021. The location at 9th and South is being transformed into a production facility for Popcorn for the People.
Popcorn for the People?
A New Jersey-based nonprofit established to create career opportunities for the disabled and autistic community.
Wow.
Isn't that great?
And are they selling popcorn?
Yeah. And it's all happened through a partnership between the nonprofit, the Eagles Autism Foundation, which is fantastic, Wawa, and Nouryon, I believe is how you pronounce this, or Nouryon. Nouryon.
I think you got it.
Nouryon.
Yeah.
A global chemicals manufacturer that has been a strong supporter of the foundation in the past. So Jeffrey Lurie said in a statement, this transformational partnership is a prime example of what can be accomplished when organizers with aligned missions come together. And the foundation has raised more than $22 million for autism research.
I'm a sucker for popcorn, so I'm down with this.
Yeah, so corn popped and bagged at the former Wawa will be sold at a new concession stand at Lincoln Financial Field, and $1 from each bag is going to support the Eagles Autism Foundation's Community Grants Program, and it will be staffed by people on the autism spectrum or with a disability.
Will it be for sale at any other location or just at the link?
I think just at the link.
What the?
Well, the most important thing is that these people with autism and other disabilities get to work.
Yeah.
They actually get job experience.
So-
This is fantastic.
Preston, at the Walk a Mile events, the Walk a Mile in Our Shoes events, they always have, it's a cafe out there.
Yep, it's a coffee truck.
Yeah,
Yep.
and it is a similar situation.
Yeah,
and,
so
and it's just great stuff.
The mom that runs it, her son is an adult with autism, and she introduced me to him last time, and he's working the job. He's making the coffees for everybody.
it.
Seemed really, really happy. He was great. I chatted with him for a little while. He was a big radio fan, specifically KYW. Of
course,
he
it's the
knows
news.
everybody over there. But about 79% of adults with a disability were unemployed last year. And it's not easy for people with autism to get jobs in the first place. 42% of young adults on the spectrum never worked for pay during their early 20s. but it can be more difficult to find fulfilling careers. And that's why Popcorn for the People was created. According to Samuel Beer, who in 2014 founded the organization with his parents. He said, I had no working experience besides pushing shopping carts at a grocery store.
Right.
No company was open to giving me an opportunity that felt fulfilling. My parents and I came together to create opportunities for not just me, but others struggling with employment too. I love everything about this.
Yes.
That's
And
great.
I want the popcorn.
So I'm very, very happy.
Gladly
about that.
buy it.
All right, let's go back to the streets.
Scooby wow wow.
This is good news. You're gonna like this.
All right.
We were just talking about flying in an earlier segment. Philly's airport, you will not believe this.
What?
Has one of the most efficient traveling experiences in the nation.
What? Guys, I've had no issues flying out of Philadelphia International Airport.
I have to say, my last couple of times have been great.
Let me explain in more detail. This means getting through security.
Yeah.
It has nothing to do with the airlines and flight times.
The actual running of the airport.
And I agree with you, Casey. I get to the airport early, and I do that for many reasons in case there's an accident on the way. If you get there's security, or if there's a problem with your ticket and so on. I just don't want to miss my flight.
And you like to ask people where they're going.
So there was, the last time I went, it was a situation where the standard cattle chute back and forth where you stand, that was completely full, and then they start lining up people down the walkway that goes across all those lanes from the parking garage. And you walk up and you see that, and you're like, oh my God, this is going to take forever. But I've had enough experiences where I know that it doesn't actually take forever. So last time I was there, I just made note of the time.
Right.
And I got through it in about 12 minutes.
What?
Not bad at all. Not bad at all for a line like that. And it made me realize that I don't have to freak out when I come around the corner and see that really long line.
Freak out. You go to some airports, and it's actually just the construction of the airport. Because you go to some other airports, and that might be a larger open area, and it absorbs that line. But you're right. They do process you through pretty quickly.
Yeah, Casey, my last few flights, I agree with you. Philly's actually been really good. I was in and out of Seattle this last weekend, and Seattle was terrible. The security line flying out was, Steve, it was just you saw it, and you knew you were going to be in that line for a long period of time.
And instead of dogs, they have security turtles, which are so much slower.
They were really slow, but half of the Seattle airport is under construction. But I saw something that I had not seen before, and it's not the TSA Speed Pass, whatever that one's called. It was clear. Have you guys seen that?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, and so the guy that I was traveling with had that, and I did not.
Do you know what's painful?
He breezed right through.
The DVDA. That is just invasive.
But maybe the first time.
Yeah.
Maybe it's time to sign up.
It gets a little easier later. By the way, speaking of that, I'm going to go back to this article, but so there's pre-check, there's clear, there's also global entry.
Right.
My wife has global entry.
I have it.
About a month after my wife submitted her application, I submit mine. It has been 7 months, and I haven't even gotten a response from this yet, and I've paid for it.
So let me tell you, my wife.
So if anyone listening can help me with this, I've already paid for it. Then you have to go and you do an interview process. You go, I haven't even gotten to that process.
Yeah, but I told you they stopped processing them. It's gonna just sit there.
Well, maybe if I talk about it on the radio,
Right.
they'll start doing it again.
Yeah.
So we went to the airport over the weekend. Rochelle just zipped right through.
And you had to wait.
And we had to wait. Yeah, the whole family did. In fact, we've all put in for this, but we'll figure it out eventually. But fortunately, we didn't have to wait that long.
No, my wife just returned. She went through the global entry. She has her papers, her pass, and she's like ready to go through the process. And she says, literally, one of the guys at the airport there at that area, one of the officials says, "Are you Claire?" And she says, "Yes." And she goes, "Okay." And he waved her through. And Claire's like,
"What happened?"
What? Like nothing was, like they just knew it was her. And whether they're using facial recognition.
Did you see they are doing some of the facial recognition last time I was there?
It's pretty wild.
You just stand in front of it and they're like, "Okay,
that's
go
you."
ahead.
So the new study says that among 31 of the busiest airports, travelers using Philadelphia International Airport get through security faster on average than all but 3 major U.S. airports. That's a feather in our cap.
Yes.
We've had certainly our complaints about the airport, but if they're doing something right, that's good.
An average wait time out of PHL, 9 minutes and 12 seconds to get through airport security, according to data by travel guide Planetware. Baltimore Washington International Thurgood Marshall Airport has the shortest wait time with 5 minutes and 6 seconds. And Detroit and Phoenix are the other two airports boasting shorter airport wait times than Philly. I'm surprised with Phoenix. Phoenix is like a hub for a lot of places.
Busy.
Over the past 2 years, PHL has been rolling out a new wait time tracking system at each of its terminals. Recently, the airport announced that finished implementing the system in terminals A West and A East after previously being launched in terminals D and E. The PHLQ management system, which now covers half of the airport's terminals, is expected to be completed by the next spring. So what it does, or by next spring, it uses a combination of video cameras and software to calculate the number of people who pass through a terminal security checkpoint and roughly how long it takes the average traveler to get through the line. And the resulting data illustrating the current average wait time is then displayed on digital screens throughout the airport and on the airport's website. And PHL joins other airports like those in Orlando, Cincinnati, Dallas, Fort Worth, and Denver in deploying such technology.
Do they recommend that you throw out any liquids at the exact time you're getting up to put your trays into the security check? Is that the best time to do it?
Probably.
Yeah.
I had scissors in my bag by accident, and they got yanked out when I was going through. I was like, I'm such a moron. And it's not like it's a huge weapon or a threat, but I was just like, why did I even bother leaving them in the bag?
It's next to your hunting knife.
Did they just tell you they found them and they threw them away?
No, they let me keep them. And I was
Don't
like,
run with these.
Well, yeah. I mean, I don't know. I guess you could use scissors as a weapon. What is your worst airport that you guys can think of? I have one in mind, and for me, it's Miami. I think Miami's really difficult getting in and out.
I think
of it.
Orlando sucks.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, but it's so like they have it down pat. There's a lot of people, but it's not chaotic.
Chicago O'Hare has always been an issue for me a couple of times traveling, and I've had layovers that were arduous in Chicago O'Hare.
Some of the most people I've seen in security is at Denver.
Yes. But that line usually moves
It moved
fast.
pretty quick, but it just looks like, oh my God,
Well,
we're
it's
all
'cause
going to a concert. You know,
You wear your
something.
fake pilot outfits?
It's one line.
Yes.
So they direct everybody in the same direction, and then you come out on the other end, and you got to get on that shuttle to go to the.
It's a cool airport.
It is, yeah.
Yeah.
Nick, mine's out of the United States, but it was the Shannon Airport, and it was not because of crowds or anything. It was just nothing. Like it was just
boring
walls, and we had we actually took off, had to turn around, land again. There was smoke coming from, I guess, one of the engines or something, and so we had to sit and we waited for hours. And it was, I mean, there wasn't even like a kiosk you could go to get a bottle of water. Now they were much better than I think any airport in the United States.
No Cinnabon?
No, well, they actually brought out, they were awful, but they brought out these like sandwiches for everybody, and they came and they kind of served, because there was, you couldn't get anything. You couldn't go anywhere to get anything.
It sucks.
Hang on, I want to go to Leah about Global Entry. Hi, Leah. Good morning.
Those tornadoes were real.
They were real. What's up, Leah?
So, anyway, it took me over a year to get Global Entry. I just got it, maybe 6 months ago. It took a little over a year for them to get back to me. I had to do an interview, which was about 3 months. And then
That's a long interview.
Yeah. Yeah, it was a face-to-face interview, and they full-on dig into your whole history. It is very intense.
Really? So
because
how?
you can use it, the TSA pre-check is just for the United States. Global Entry you can use when coming back into the United States.
So how extensive were those questions asked to you, Leah?
So I actually have a friend who works in the airport, and he was able to give me a little, a couple tips. And one was, basically don't lie. Like if there's anything in your background, DUIs, something minor, whatever, just be honest, because it doesn't necessarily mean you won't get it, but they're going to know that you're lying. And they're basically, they're clearing you to travel around the world, and kind of trusting you to do so it's very extensive. What was I going to say? Oh, if you have Global Entry, you get TSA pre-check automatically.
Right. Yes. Because if you qualify for one, you're already set for the other one.
Yep.
Correct. It was, I think, $150, and it worked for, I think, 5 years. So,
okay.
So
just thought I'd say that. Hold tight. It will come.
Hang in there.
It's just taking forever.
All right.
All right, thank you, Leah.
You give him hope, Leah.
I appreciate it.
I've had Global Entry like probably, I don't know, maybe 6 or 7 years, something like that. And I feel like now, though, it's much more popular, which I guess maybe is part of the reason why there's such a delay. I know COVID put like a damper on everything, but when I got it, it was. I mean, there was still a wait for the interview,
Right.
but it was certainly nothing like this.
Okay, hang on. Chris has a suggestion too. Hey, Chris. Good morning.
Good morning.
Hey, what's up, buddy?
So, what's happening now is they're not taking global entry appointments anymore.
Okay.
But what you can do is when you come back through the airport coming back from the flight,
Mhm.
you just go directly to their office and they will take you one at a time.
So you can actually do your.
Kidding me?
Really?
You can process everything. Can you process everything and get the interview all in one shot on a return?
No, so you have to have all your paperwork, like Preston's already done, processed through the internet and paid for, and then you just show up at the office, tell them who you are, and you give them your
Someone's going to the airport
It
today.
might be worth it to take a quick flight up to New York or something and back just to get it done.
Yeah.
Dude,
you may
that
wait
would-
in line at their office for half an hour, but you'll just be with a bunch of people doing the same thing.
Do you want to do our flight to Boston and back bit, Preston? So
Thank
you can do it.
Chris. Actually, I do. Yeah, that'd be awesome, man.
We'll fly to Boston and back.
So anyhow, I thought this was pretty encouraging that we actually have solid TSA that'll get you through the system pretty quickly. It says, while Philly air travelers tend to get to their gates relatively quickly, that doesn't mean that the travel experience is always headache-free. The same PlanetWare report also looked at flight departures, delays, and cancellations, and found that PHL ranked 215 out of 357 airports when it came to flights successfully departing on time. So that part of it,
Right, not spectacular.
that's another story. But getting
There
in
are
and out,
things to do in the airport too.
getting through security, we've actually got it pretty solid.
Right.
By
So
the
you're
way,
through quicker to wait longer.
highest rates of on-time departures in our airports: Honolulu, Salt Lake City, and Seattle.
Oh, Nick.
Yeah.
Just for your flight being on time.
Yeah.
But not necessarily for getting through your security issues. All right, thought you guys would like that. Let's go somewhere else here. We're in the city beat. Pickleball. This fall, it's coming to Center City. New York-based company City Pickle is partnering with the Center City District to bring 2 rentable, professional-sized courts to Dilworth Park. And they'll be open from September 7th to October 21st.
Still super popular.
Yeah.
Right? And who was buying into celebrities buying into
like Kevin Durant was buying a
pickleball team?
Yeah.
Didn't LeBron buy one?
I thought he did.
I thought he did. But an hour of play will cost you $40, and paddles can be rented for $6.
Well, that's silly because you can go anywhere and play it for free. I don't know why anybody would do that. I
For
mean,
the
unless
thrill.
you're doing it, doing it in the shadows of City Hall is.
It might be harder in the city to find a court that is set up for pickleball.
Have you played yet?
No, I haven't.
So
I think I'd be pretty good at it.
I know people who are taking lessons and say it's a lot of fun.
Yeah.
I've played tennis for years,
Which
so
means you'd probably be pretty
Yeah.
good at this. It's just a smaller version of tennis. And a bigger version of ping pong.
I have an entire setup minus the net in my car. I have, I think.
You play pickleball in your car?
No, but I have 4 paddles and balls and everything.
Oh,
and
sure, set to go.
Then I just haven't played yet.
Oh, all right. It is very loud. Yeah.
If you want to, because in Wildwood they've got those courts.
Yeah.
We should go play sometime.
I know.
I would like to.
I could play it at my the Y has it set up in the gymnasium there. There's a pickleball court right around. I think it's called Paddock Park. There's a pickleball court there.
There's a pickleball court in Paddock Park.
Yeah.
Paddock Park has pickleball court.
City Pickle was launched in 2021. The company plans to open an indoor pickleball club.
Do you think it was fighting an uphill battle with the word pickle
in New York City? Maybe at
Why
first.
is it called pickleball?
Because they, well, you know what? I don't know for sure.
I bet you it's because they use pickle barrel lids.
Well, no, I thought they like kept the balls in the
pickle barrels.
In the pickle barrels.
Oh, maybe that's what.
And maybe they carry them around in that. I don't know.
Hell.
Hell. Nick, look it up. God damn it.
God damn pickleball.
When I found a brief
goddamn
synopsis.
pickleball.
At the start, there wasn't any name for pickleball until an official one was needed when the game started to gain traction with the laid back, and then the trails off.
We got another explanation here.
Oh, wait a minute.
You know what? Because when you hit it, it sounds like the word pickle. That's why.
Pickle.
Pickle.
That's not it at all.
That's not it? Okay.
In the summer of 1965, pickleball. Wow, 65. Was founded by Joel Pritchard, Bill Bell, and Barney McCallum.
Oh, Barney.
On Bainbridge Island, Washington. Within days, Joan Pritchard had come up with the name pickleball, a reference to the thrown-together, leftover non-starters in the pickle boat of crew races.
I want to put a man on the moon and create a game called pickleball.
Leftover non-starters.
I don't know what that means.
What is leftover non-starters?
It's a crew term. I didn't know either, Preston, but I found another explanation over here, and it's when if you're in the pickle boat in crew where the oarsmen were chosen from the leftovers of other boats. So you had a bunch of different crews in a boat, and the one that was left over was the pickle.
And so this is just leftover junk they used to play this game.
Exactly.
Now we know, and we're better informed, and therefore will be better pickleball players.
Okay. Currently, there are pop-up locations in Central Park, Hudson Yards, Union Square, and the TWA Hotel at JFK Airport. The co-owner said that they hope to open a club in Philly next year.
I believe there are. I see them all over the place now, the pickleball courts.
There were around 2,000 regularly playing pickleball players in Philadelphia last October, according to the Enquirer.
Didn't we figure out that we could play pickleball in our performance studio?
We could.
We probably have enough room.
Yeah.
So celebrities like Selena Gomez, Michael Phelps, Drew Brees, Kevin Love, Bill Gates, and Serena Williams have played the game.
No Ron Jeremy?
No Ron Jeremy.
And you were right about LeBron.
Okay, he owns a league or owns a team?
Yeah.
Okay. So they're looking to do this at Dilworth Plaza, and it's going to be this fall. That sounds like a fall activity.
Yes.
How
nice.
By the way, we got word from Patton Oswalt. He had a family emergency and was saying he is so sorry, but he will reschedule for later this week.
Okay.
But he was
understandable.
very apologetic. All right, that means we'll spend a little bit more time in the city, Pete. Philadelphia is going to replace all of the city's 130,000 street lights with energy-efficient bulbs over the next 2 years, with the dual purpose of showering high-crime neighborhoods with brighter light and cutting electricity use citywide.
So I'm sorry to jump in here, in case I can speak on this matter. So when the lights are out, the crime it goes up. And my wife's car was stolen from the side of our house because we had a couple of street lights out in our area. Took forever. I don't think the one is still out. But and so I took the initiative, and I put a 10,000 lumen light on the side of my house because light. Listen, when someone's trying to make a decision on whether they're going to steal something or not, they're not going to gravitate towards the super well lit area. But yes, that is a major step forward in stopping crime. Is getting the city lit up properly at night.
Yeah, so when it comes to these energy efficient bulbs, like the LED bulbs or whatever, all right. Do you need to rewire the? Because I for some reason
you shouldn't.
Years ago, I thought I can't buy energy efficient bulbs for my house on the lights that are like hardwired into the house.
The recessed lights.
The recessed lights.
Okay.
Yeah.
You have the old recessed lights, like you don't have the new flat ones.
Right.
They're gasoline powered.
But Kat, if I put an LED bulb into a recessed light that has a dimmer on it. It's basically like a strobe light.
Oh my God!
It's like bam, bam,
same.
Case.
Yeah.
We have similar situation on our porch lights, and what you basically get is a rave.
This is exactly what happens when I turn lights on. I'm like, okay, I guess we're at a dance party right now.
Yeah. You can either get the LED or you can have the dimmers. You can't have both.
By the way,
but you can replace. You can apparently it's fairly cheap to replace to the new ones, and then you can.
It's
have
not
both.
bad. She's right. She speaks the truth. The young one speaks the truth.
Hold on. Let's turn on our disco lights.
Turn the lights on. I got them. All right, here we go. Here we go.
Turn the lights
disco
on,
lights
kids.
in the studio.
There we go.
All right, wait, music, hit it, and disco. There we go. If you're watching on YouTube, then you'll understand what's happening right now. Yeah, do you remember when the LEDs, the energy efficient bulbs first came out? And
Do
was
I
like,
ever?
Oh, I was like, those are. I don't like that light. It looks
bright
terrible.
white, right?
They got it now.
They've come so far with it, and now I flat out prefer the LEDs over the old incandescent lights.
They sucked all the original lights, but now it replicates that glow. Come on, Casey.
Casey's still doing
He's
the dance
still
party.
dancing.
We have it. Come on now.
We got the lights on.
Oh, there was a bad edit there.
That was a weird edit, wasn't it? Doesn't matter.
Cool. It went with the vibe.
So have you guys seen?
Oh, party over.
Preston,
turn the lights on.
I don't mean to distract on this one topic here, but have you guys seen? I just saw the commercial for the other night. Casey, ceiling fan that screws into the light bulb.
No.
No.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
I need to
It
see.
is a ceiling
How big
fan.
is it, though?
It's not huge.
Okay.
Wait, I
But
don't
it-
understand, Steve. I'm sorry.
So where you would take the bulb that goes into the ceiling.
Yeah.
It's a fan.
It is a fan
that you
with a
screw
light
into
bulb,
the
and it screws in
outlet.
and it's a ceiling fan.
I need to see that.
I would try that.
Yeah, I would try
Yeah.
that, no doubt. Because I bought those bulbs that you put into the ceiling, and it's basically like a flower that opens up, and it's like super. It lights everything. It's great for the garage.
Yeah, that I per your suggestion, I got one for the garage.
Did you like it?
I love it.
It's
Wait,
super bright.
Sorry, can you do a better job explaining what that is?
Okay, so there's like 3 arms on it. I only have 2 hands, so they're like this.
They're
and
panels.
Panels
with lights on them.
And these are all lights, and it just screws in like a regular light
And so
bulb.
it gives you more light.
Yeah, you can
It disperses
angle each
it.
of these panels out to different areas, and
Oh.
they're super. They have more lumens. They're super duper bright.
What's it called?
The light.
Stupid light.
Look up, super bright garage light.
Okay,
You'll probably
gotcha.
a variety.
And
of
then
them will
also look
probably
up,
come
ceiling fan light.
I see it.
Isn't
Steve,
that cool?
I see it. Yeah.
Right?
Let me
You
see.
can get it on Amazon.
I need to check that
Nick,
out.
right?
Yeah, I
That's
get
not
that.
bad.
Yeah, I also, you know what, I didn't know that these existed, but so my son and daughter's rooms are so far away from the central air unit that their rooms don't get proper cooling in the
Right.
summer and heating in the winter. So I bought these floor registers that they plug in, and it basically is a fan that sucks the air through the vents. So now they
I
finally
would love
get
a sucking fan.
It is a great sucking fan.
Our phone lines are lit up with people that want to help you guys out with the issue you're having.
All right.
So it's explain it again. You put an LED in light.
If
and
you know the dimmers on the light switch,
Yeah.
like if you use an LED light bulb
Right.
and you try to use that dimmer, it doesn't dim the light. It
Okay.
just causes the dance party.
The flickering.
it calls disco party. All right, we're going to Disco Rick on the line right now.
Disco rig.
Hey, Disco Rick, you're on the air. Good morning, buddy.
Good morning.
Hey, what's
How
up?
you doing?
Good. Oh, we're losing you.
Oh, no. Hang on.
I'm on the Ben Franklin Bridge. Wait. Hold on. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead, man.
Hey, I just installed recessed lights in my living room all by myself without help from anybody.
Excellent.
And I'm now an
They don't
expert.
work, but you did it.
He's now an expert, he said.
They work, but my refrigerator stopped making ice.
Damn it.
Yeah.
If it's not one thing, it's another.
But I ran a new circuit from my box in my garage up through the first floor into the attic, and now I'm going to put them on a separate circuit.
You're adorable.
Yeah.
You're adorable.
I think we have
I
an we have an easier fix.
Yeah.
We love you, Disco Rick.
Yeah. What I did is I patched into the main transformer. No.
He had me at
Yeah.
I rewired
Thank you, Rick.
something.
Yeah, thanks, guys.
All right, see, man. No, actually, we got a couple of electricians on the line. So let me go to Brian, which I think was first in. Hey, Brian, good morning.
Hey, Presbo, how you doing?
Good, buddy. What's up, man?
Hey, the easier fix, you just got to get a dimmer that actually does LED bulbs.
Oh, okay. And you can just get that at a hardware store?
Yeah, you can pick it up anywhere, Home Depot, but you just got to make sure it does LEDs, and then you just wire that in, and it'll work perfectly.
Oh, so you have to wire something.
things in.
Yeah. Nick, I have a great electrician I can recommend to you.
Actually,
it just
I
was
do
over
too.
to my house, and that was the case too. That's exactly it. There's a
same.
specific dimmer made for those lights.
You
That's
just
how
need to rewire
in case that's how
everything.
you eliminate the disco.
Yeah.
Chuck will do it for you. He's not afraid of the electrical stuff, right?
He is.
Yeah.
I am less afraid to do the electricity now. I just have to turn the grid down for the entire neighborhood.
Yeah,
And then-
that's all you got to do.
All you have to do is call in like a die-hard shutdown of the grid.
Hang on, let me go to Patrick because he also has a suggestion. Hey, Patrick, good morning.
Good morning.
One more
Do it
time.
again.
Patrick.
What's up, Patrick?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hey, this is Patrick, the PhD. So, Casey,
Yes.
when you buy your LED bulbs, there are some that are dimmable,
Mm-hmm.
some that are not dimmable. So if
Mhm.
you're on Amazon, look for the ones that are dimmable.
Yeah, no, so I'm not
order those.
dummable. I know. I buy the dimmable bulbs they are not working properly because, as the last guy had just called, the switch itself is not wired
It's not compatible.
For LED.
It's not compatible for LED, and that's the issue. You want LEDs.
You have to turn off the AC sucking fan then.
Oh, okay.
Thanks, Patrick.
Both at the same
I can't hit both at the same time.
Turn off your
ice
suck
maker
fan.
stops.
Is this the suck fan? Yeah.
I'm intrigued by that ceiling fan thing. How big is it? Because the video we saw of it didn't have anything for comparison to show me. Like, I'm
gonna guess I don't know, what would that be?
Like an 8-inch like personal pan pizza.
Okay,
type
yeah,
thing?
yeah. So here we go.
All right, I just need it. We're watching the video. Oh, yeah, it's pretty small.
It's small. It would work for a small room.
And there are ones that are slightly bigger, but they do apparently. See the larger fins now.
Well, no, I knew the fins were going on there, but
you know what? That's not bad for.
That's not bad for a little room.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
And all you have to do is screw it. It's like a regular light bulb. You don't have to
screw
be
it
an
and do
electrician. Screw it and do it.
Yeah.
Suck that fan.
Just make sure the door can open.
I wish I was an electrician.
Really?
I do not.
Yeah, no, I admire their ability to not be afraid.
I wish I was a fire engine.
Yeah.
You could be.
You're a fire
I'll paint you red.
I'd like to be an electrician and a carpenter. Also a musician.
Carpenter
and an
definitely.
astronaut.
Which one? Do you want to be Karen or the guy?
I want to be a florist.
Oh, that's cool.
Oh, no, I definitely want to be a carpenter. And I am obsessed with these epoxy tables. These
Yeah, man.
People are doing epoxy floors
Oh,
now.
yeah. Well, my buddy does epoxy floors. That's he works with the guy who was coaching the Media Little League.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. Oh, my God.
The epoxy tables?
Yes.
Where you put some kind of a design down?
Yes.
And then
No.
Good Lord, you just had an orgasm.
He loves it.
And then you put down the epoxy and you can see through it and whatever's on top. That's come back around. I remember that way back when I was a kid. That was kind of popular.
It's a big thing again?
Yeah.
Epoxy tables?
Yeah.
All right.
It's funny. I have to do some renovations to my house,
Oh, yeah?
and
Is it going to require a lot of work? You may want to get one of those light bulb fans.
I'm not doing anything.
Okay.
I can't. Like, it is so.
You don't chip in?
This isn't made for me. But anyway, the decor that I'm going for, it's literally like what I grew up having in my parents' house.
Isn't
I'm
that
like,
kind of wild?
I can't believe I'm purchasing this whatever that basically what my mom had.
Are you
in
getting
our
like
house.
shag rug and all that?
Like a table made out of beer cans?
Right, yeah.
When I look at the decor these
Here's
days,
my Conestoga wagon table.
I think everything looks so good and so sleek these days, and I wonder, like, how long is this going to look cool and not?
Jeff Devlin.
Yeah.
Well, stuff comes and goes.
Have him do this for
yeah.
you.
Yeah. What do you think
Jeff,
about?
don't forget to call me today.
Yeah, he's good about calling you back, right?
No.
Well, he's supposed to call me today, so we'll see.
Okay.
If you go back watch some dated or films or movies that are made to be of a certain time, you'll things like like avocado colored
Everything.
appliances
Yeah.
were a big
We
thing
had
for a
those.
while.
Today I installed a porch fan and could not open the door. Everybody's installing porch fans. Long period, so I adapted.
Preston, have you seen Are You There, God? It's Me, Margaret?
No.
So it came out earlier this year, I think.
The Judy Blume story,
Yeah,
right?
yeah. And Steve, the decor in it, the neighborhood, it's in the 70s, late 60s, early 70s in New York and then North Jersey suburbs. Preston, they nail that decor.
wow.
Like
Preston.
inside and out, it looks so much like my childhood.
We had an avocado-colored refrigerator.
Sure.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, we did too.
Avocado shag rug.
Yeah.
It was all the rage.
Yeah.
Steve, we had the burnt orange shag rug.
Burnt
Oh,
orange.
God.
Yeah.
Ours was blue.
Stuff was so ugly.
By the way,
hideous.
when
Yeah.
I put my Super 8 camera light on the shag rug,
Casey, yeah,
Burned
we
the
had
whole light in.
we had like a royal blue carpet.
Ooh, yours is royal
I
blue.
mean, like dark blue.
I love that.
It was
Isn't that
crazy.
So do you think gravitating back to that, Kathy, in the
What,
design?
not the
retro?
I mean, not shag carpet. No, I'm just thinking of the
Do you have the big chair that's a hand?
no, like just like the coloring of everything, and like the lighter woods and all that kind of stuff.
You know what I always loved, Preston? In Help, the Beatles had the sunken beds in the floor.
Yeah.
Ooh, I
that
like
was very
that.
cool. Yeah.
How long do you think these black windows are going to look cool? And
Aren't they
do
just
like,
walls?
Yeah.
Black windows.
The frames.
The
the
windows.
frames.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know.
It looks great.
It's a cool highlight. I think it looks pretty cool. But yeah, it'll come and go. Stuff will switch and change, but it could last for a while, a decade or more. Who knows? But anyway, we got started on this. They're going to replace all the street lights. 130,000 disco lights.
This is City Beat.
This is City Beat. Yeah, we're still on City Beat.
I forgot.
The project does not include the construction of new street lights, just the modernization of existing ones. Crews will replace old high-pressure sodium street lights with longer-lasting LED lights. Crews also will install technology to allow for the lights to be monitored remotely, meaning that the city will not need to rely on residents to report outages. They'll know when
That's
they're out.
going to be great.
Yes.
Any plans to put light bulb fans in those lights?
No, but how great would that be?
Would that be cool?
All of the street lights have a fan
Never
on
gets hot on my block.
Were you guys streetlight kids? Where you had to go inside when the streetlights came on?
Yeah. I mean,
No.
that was one of the rules. Yeah.
That wasn't what we used to love to do. Was shut off the street light using the high-powered flashlight and shine it at the sensor at the top of the street light.
We used to shoot them with BB guns.
Oh, you'd shoot them out?
Yeah. Stupid, but we did it. All right, so anyhow, that's just a heads up on that. And that means we're going to wrap up the City Beat here because we do have some bizarre files.
We got some dancing to do.
And we also have the Back to School A to Z as it continues in the JU. What will be next? We'll find out when we return. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Why does anybody talk to me about it?
This is not right. Get my lawyer. What, do you just expect me to pucker up and go along?
Right,
Sorry,
Gabby?
Mr. Butthole.
Oh, yeah.
Mister.
Yeah. Happy birthday, Hope Solo and her butthole.
You guys are just being wacky.
They both turned 38 today.
They're both 38. He's one of the co-creators of the band Mr. Big. He is one of the biggest, most badass guitarists in the world, in my humble opinion. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the program, Mr. Paul Gilbert. I want to explain to some people who may not know the name Paul Gilbert. You have a lot of fans. Most guitarists would know who you are.
Everybody who knows me knows me.
Yeah, exactly, right?
100% of those.
But I've only had one. I was only famous for 2 weeks in 1992. So that's
So, Paul, when I do meet people and we're talking music, and I'll say, well, one of my favorite guitarists knows this guy, Paul Gilbert. If they're a guitarist, they'll know exactly who I'm talking about. Some people don't, and I have to explain. Okay, so, he was in this band, Mr. Big. Before that, there was this band called Racer X. You may or may not know. Metal, real intense, shredding, crazy, really technical, awesome music. But then I try to explain your solo career as well.
Good luck.
And that's so it's hard to quantify it, because there's elements of blues and jazz and metal and all this stuff. What's a good way to describe your music?
Well, it's still evolving, and the discovery I made was that I really always wanted to be not a guitar player, but a lead singer. Because when I was a kid, those were the records I had. My parents had the Beatles records and Stones and bands that had lead vocalists. And I liked Led Zeppelin because Robert Plant had a great voice. Now, I didn't have a particularly great voice, and that didn't stop me from trying.
Right.
But it also didn't stop me from kind of not doing as well as I would have liked to as a lead singer. So the discovery that I made on this new album, Behold Electric Guitar, is that I can actually play the vocal line on the guitar. So, take it like a really challenging vocal, like, the "Hey, Mama said the way you move," which, with my little falsetto is not so great.
Right.
But, you play it on guitar. And suddenly, those notes are there. And it's just, it's my responsibility to get them right, but at least I can hit them.
Well, I was mentioning to you the song Let That Battery Die, which is on the new album, and that is exactly what I thought. I'm like, it sounds like someone singing.
Yeah, well, that's how I wrote the tunes, was that I would have a lyric, and, the initial lyrics for that were like, what was it? My battery is low, but my mind is high. And, again, I'm squeaking it out.
Yeah.
But with the guitar, I can get a lot of control and a nice tone. And so for the first time in my life, I'm actually able to connect my inner melodic generator with an instrument that functions.
Can you give us a little of the Rocky you were playing before, the Rocky theme?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
There you go.
The YouTube thing you mentioned is amazing. I grew up with albums, so I never expected to communicate with the world that way. And I do have to mention one. If you're in YouTube, there's one where I was doing a clinic and I had this little loop pedal, and I decided to put like the most scary, frightening shred lick that I could ever do inside the loop pedal. So I just pressed the button and it goes. Yeah. And I would pretend to play with my teeth, and then I would press that button, and the whole audience was like, "Oh my God!" and so of course
he's playing with his teeth.
Yeah, he was playing sweep picking with his teeth. How did he do that? And it was a guitar clinic, so everybody raised their hands and goes like, "How did you do that with your teeth?" And I said, "Well, it's pretty impressive to do sweep picking with your teeth, but I said it's really impressive to do it with your ass."
Oh, yes.
And then I just wiped the guitar,
That's great.
on my backside.
Yeah.
And I'm still a fan of the Beatles and Led Zeppelin and Aerosmith and the regular rock bands. And so now I can step on stage and really be the lead singer via my guitar.
Hey, I had a story that keys off of teachers, and I thought this was kind of interesting. This is out of, where is this? Somewhere in the South. I think it's in the...
is it Florida?
No, it's North Carolina. The teacher at Northeast Carolina Preparatory School in Tarboro, North Carolina, had apparently punished one of their students. By punish, I mean making them write a phrase over and over and over and over again.
A la Bart Simpson.
Because he called her ma'am.
Ma'am?
Yes, ma'am, and she didn't like it, and so he had to write the word ma'am numerous times. His teacher asked him to write it. He told his mother that he had to return this with the parent's signature after he repeatedly called her the word despite being told not to do so.
Okay, well, if she told him not to, then...
Yeah, he completed his assignment during class hours, which made his mom worry that maybe it had interfered with some of school, the schoolwork.
Yes.
According to the mom, Mrs. Wilson, the teacher also told the young boy that if she had something... she would have thrown it at him. I'm sorry, said to the boy. So if she would have had something, she would have thrown it at him. After the mom signed the paper, she had also had the boy write down the definition of ma'am, which is a term of respectful or polite address used for a woman, according to Oxford dictionaries. There's some people that hate being called ma'am, and
I hate it.
My wife uses ma'am as a sign of respect when she's on the phone with someone asking for help.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes,
Thank you, ma'am.
It is, and especially as you start to go south, you're going to find it is a term. It is a respectful way to refer to people.
Yeah.
I would it's a weird thing, and I know, Preston, you're right. For ma'am to set someone off?
Yeah, I don't know.
I've always known it as a respectful way to refer to someone.
Maybe she's younger and she doesn't want to feel old.
Yeah,
or something like
that's how I see it. I see it as an older woman. So when I remember the first time he was a kid, probably a high school kid, called me ma'am, and I was like, oh my God. I mean, I didn't tell him don't call me that, but it made me feel old.
It's not.
Did he just say ma'am?
Yeah. Pretty much.
Well, I never.
Was it the word that set the teacher off, or was it the fact that the kid was repeating it over and over?
I don't know.
Well, it had to be the initial thing graded on her because she asked him to stop saying it.
Yeah.
But if he's used to saying it as a sign of respect to, like somebody in an authoritative manner, then you just got to get that flag out of your butt and get over it, right, Press?
I would think so. Yeah, get the flag out of your butt.
Yeah.
Did I say that one day?
Yeah.
Okay.
I was hiking around the area, maybe on Friday, said hello to this young feller, probably 13 or 14. How are you? How's it going? Very well, sir. I'm like, yeah.
It's a title. It's a title.
We're not this kid walking along. That you come with me. I want to show other people what you just did because it was so good.
It's a title you've earned.
I earned it.
Hey, here's a text that says, women should know better than to call other women ma'am. I joke that they're traitors. And then she writes, it's well known that most women don't like it. What do you mean? How do you know that?
Because that extensive survey she took.
Yeah, exactly. Maybe amongst a handful of your friends or something. But what do you mean most
Yeah,
women?
but I would agree with that.
But how do you know most women?
Because anybody, I mean, just anyone that I know, it's not like I took a survey, but anyone I know would agree.
Then it's got to be everyone.
Yeah, and you know what? Here's the thing, too. I think it's, no, but I do, like you said, it's regional. Do you know what I mean? It's
I could see that. Kathy.
In the South, yes, they do that. They're here, not as much.
But I've born and bred at, Northeast, and ma'am to me was always a sign of respect. And I would say ma'am.
Or maybe is it an older thing? Like it,
I don't know.
I don't know. I just.
You keep going back to old.
No,
old
the standard thing would be pretty good, ma'am. Wouldst thou takest me?
But here's the deal. I think it's all about intent. And if you hear someone saying it clearly as a sign of respect, you should understand that they're just being polite.
Yes, of course. I'm not going to get mad at them, but it doesn't make me like it. It's still,
right.
I still think it's.
I don't like it.
Yeah, no, I don't.
One gosh darn bit. Looking at my activities list.
Oh, God.
No, I listen, and if it rings to your ear and you don't like it, you can simply say, "Oh, it's okay. You don't have to call me ma'am, or I'll punch you in the throat."
Yeah.
I would never read it as an insulting thing. That's a way to show respect.
It's your own fault for being old. Jesus Christ.
No,
What's with you and that aging thing?
It's not insulting. It's just. We just don't like it.
And that's fine. But all right, it's your personal
I don't
preference.
think somebody saying it to me is insulting me.
All right, but what
But
do
I
you
just
want
don't
your
like
server?
it.
What do you want your waiter or waitress to call you when they go up
Sugar
to your table?
teas.
Yeah.
Young lady, maybe?
Lady.
Oh my God, she has to see my ID.
Now we're living in a
Now you're getting into pandering territory.
I haven't been underage for 38 years.
Wait, let me tell you something that happened on Saturday. I have to tell you this. So I went out for Preston. I went out for my birthday, and we went into the bar, and they were carding everyone as we were walking in. And I was with Elisa. We're both 40, and she goes, "Oh, let's see if we get carded." So we walk up to him, and we stand there, and he goes, "Hi," and so we were like, "Do you want to see our ID?" He goes, "Sure, if you want to hand it to me."
See, he did. I want to see what you think of this, Kathy. Kim Kardashian, Chrissy Teigen, Queer Eye's Tan France, and trans model Andreja Pajic are sporting some eye-catching new accessories. It's all in the name of Simon Huck's conceptual art experience called A Human, and it's already roiling social media. So Kim has a glowing necklace, and it looks like it's implanted in her skin.
But Preston, okay, and I wanted to ask you about this. It's clearly not an implant.
Right.
It is a flesh-colored thing made to look like an implant.
And it lights up, Kathy.
That freaks me out.
But you've got to
it gets worse.
Marissa, see if you can find, she's on social media, and there's a comment. She says, it
lights up
to
like
my
a heart.
And just and she looks like an android, dude.
To begin with.
I know,
Like
it's
this,
so.
Preston.
It's such a shame.
She's got the lips like.
Yes. Yeah. Full on.
Let me see.
Full on constructed duck lips, so she doesn't have to make the
She doesn't
pout
have to do duck
anymore. It
lips.
does it automatically.
Close to the beat of my heart.
Yeah, exactly. It's like this. And I'm like, who finds that? It's dysmorphia. We're looking at video. Look at this, Kathy. It lights up, and it looks like it's under your skin.
Yeah, that's kind of.
Kind of wild.
Well, there's a couple of different ones, Preston. So Chrissy Teigen had one. There was a disgusting one that I think it might have been the trans model had, where it looks like almost like mushrooms growing out of their neck.
Oh.
Yeah.
This is just somebody who has a lot of money, so is going to pay them to do this. This isn't going to be a fashion trend.
But you can't. You
I think
can't.
it'd be too expensive.
And
Yeah,
exactly.
no, it's not.
How would you pay to get this put on? It's got to be a fairly
And if
elaborate
it is,
process.
it's going to be so quick.
Well, now I'm just kind of thinking out loud here, guys.
Here's our fashionista.
Well, I mean, for the people who don't have that kind of money to spend on a glow necklace, okay, and that's all that is just a stupid glow necklace. What if it was like some sort of like thing that you could insert glow necklaces into, Kathy? Right?
What do you mean?
Yeah,
So you know what a glow necklace is, obviously,
The
right?
things
Like
you
glow,
craft?
yeah, the glow bracelets.
Yeah.
What if it was like just a vessel that was like decorative that you could insert the glow
And make it
necklace?
different colors.
WMMR.
A reminder, and this will probably be your last warning, we have a secret text word prize today. It's your chance to win a pair of tickets to see Eddie Izzard, who's going to be performing Thursday, September 14th, next Thursday, at the Kimmel Cultural Campus. And he's back in North America for the first time in 4 years with a brand new comedy tour. 2 nights, by the way, 14th, 15th. They're on sale now, but you can possibly win by texting the word secret to 39333. We will send that word back to you in a little bit. We'll ask you to call in with that word, and we'll get a random texter as well. So a couple of different ways to win, but you want to do that now.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
All right, we'll start with this. A suspected drunken driver accidentally called Nebraska law enforcement on himself, leading to his arrest. And it's interesting. This wasn't like a butt dial or anything like that. It's pretty wild how this happened. The man called 911 to report another driver who he thought was driving on the wrong side of the highway. When authorities arrived, it became clear the caller himself was the one driving on the wrong side of the road.
There's a whole bunch of people driving on the wrong side of the road.
And he was intoxicated.
It was me.
The driver says in a recording call of the 911 call, I'm on Highway 77 going north, and there is somebody that is on the wrong side of the road.
That's great.
He added, the driver, quote, almost ran me off the road. And he said, that was gnarly. Like, that was a lot. The video shows the unidentified driver being pulled over by a police officer. He said, do you know why I stopped you? He said, yeah, because I was on the wrong side of the road. And when asked
in my defense, I've been drinking.
if there was a reason he was driving on the wrong side, he replied, he must have missed an exit.
That's how it happens. You miss an exit and you start driving on the wrong side of the road.
He also confirmed he was the same person who previously called 911. The driver had a blood alcohol content over twice the legal limit, according to the sheriff's office. So he was arrested.
And I'm a terrorist.
Court documents reveal that an Indiana man told police that he had experienced a, quote, spiritual awakening and decided to spread some love by standing in his doorway and waving at people who drove by on US 40 in Centerville. The only problem, he was completely naked at the time.
Hi.
Elijah Barker, 42 years old, was arrested and charged with possession of methamphetamine and indecent exposure. Police were called out to the apartments where he lived. They have the appearance of an old motel with windows and doors facing the highway and visible to passersby. Officers were dispatched to the apartments due to reports of a man standing nude in his open doorway and touching himself in full sight of the public.
Have a good trip.
Officers reported arriving at Baker's apartment and finding the front door wide open and all the curtains pulled away to allow full view of the inside of the apartment, which included a fully nude Barker. Barker met the officers at his front door and asked if they preferred if he put some clothes on before speaking.
Well, you know what? Yes, we would.
An officer reportedly responded, I advised I would prefer that he did. And after putting on a pair of shorts, officers began to ask Barker about his state of nudity. He reportedly then pointed behind the officer and said, Jeep, Jeep.
Okay. Jeep, Jeep.
He told the officer he said this every time a Jeep passed. The officer noted that he did not observe any Jeep on the highway passing by. Jeep, Jeep. According to documents...
Let's play Punch Buggy.
Court documents revealed officers then informed Barker that the department had received reports of him standing in his doorway, touching himself inappropriately. When asked if these accusations were true, Barker said that he admitted they were. And when asked why did he do such a thing, Barker reportedly replied that he, quote, thought it was acceptable behavior.
Of course.
Officers reported believing that Barker was on some type of narcotic. Asked the man if he had a drug problem. He allegedly admitted using meth, but claimed he had stopped taking the drug once he was put on an unnamed prescription. Police later found meth in his wallet.
One of the side effects is I stand in open doorways nude and touch myself.
While handcuffed, he told police about how he had a spiritual awakening and that he wanted to, quote, spread some love to the people who drive by every day by waving at them.
That's very sweet.
He also told police that he had no problems with anyone because he has, quote, stood in the trenches for them.
Yes.
Whatever that means.
Nothing sends a message of love like pleasuring yourself in a doorway.
Mm-hmm. A Tennessee woman who hasn't cut the hair on the back of her head since 1990 earned the Guinness World Record for the longest competitive mullet in the world.
Wow.
Yes. Tammy Manis earned the female version of the mullet length record when the party in the back part of her hair was measured at 5 feet 8 inches long. Manis said she keeps the front and sides of her hair short but hasn't cut the back since February 9th, 1990. She said that she grew a mullet when she was young, inspired by a girl in the Till Tuesday Voices Carry video.
Amy
Mann, yeah. And immediately regretted cutting it off in 1989. The weirdest thing she said I find is that people remember me from years ago. I've had people recognize me from 20 years ago because I kept the same hairstyle. Manis took second place in the Fee-Mullet category at the 2022 U.S. Mullet Championships, earning her a $300 prize. And she said she learned shortly after the contest, the Guinness World Record had opened a category for the longest competitive mullet. She said the application process was long and involved, but it was well worth it when a certificate showed up at her home. 2 tourists jet skiing off the coast of Morocco were shot dead by Algerian Coast Guard after straying into their waters.
Oh, man, they shot him dead.
Yeah. Wow. Bilal Kissi and Abdali Marchour, both French-Moroccan nationalists, died on Thursday after taking a wrong turn while they were jet skiing. The pair were off of a beach resort in Sadia.
They don't even try to, get them to leave. They just shoot on sight.
On Morocco's northeastern shores, a shocking video of one of the men's lifeless bodies floating in the water was shared by a fisherman. A third man is due in court soon. Mohammed Kissi, the younger brother of Bilal, said that the group had initially tried to speak with the officials before they were shot. He said, "We got lost, but we kept going until we found ourselves in Algeria. We knew we were in Algeria because a black Algerian dinghy came towards us, and those on board fired at us." He said, "Thank God I wasn't hit, but they killed my brother and my friend. They arrested my other friend." Mohammed opted to swim back towards Moroccan waters before he was rescued by the Moroccan Coast Guard. The Moroccan government declined to comment on the death of jet skiers. Algeria has not commented on the matter either. That's just messed up. All right, let's get something a little lighter before we wrap up. Yeah, I like this one. Christopher Prey, described by law enforcement as an extremely dangerous escaped Oregon State Hospital patient, was apprehended after getting stuck up to the armpits in mud for 12 hours.
12 hours.
In North Portland.
Well, maybe that's what we need here, some mud.
Portland Fire and Rescue were sent to a report of a potentially deceased person in a pond. The patient was stuck in the mud approximately 75 feet from firm ground and was buried up to his armpits. The rescue required a rope and ladder in order to remove him and took about an hour to complete.
Yeah, that once you get stuck in that mud, there's like a suction effect, and you can't go anywhere.
After the rescue, the patient was taken to the medical center for evaluation. He provided a fake name, but an observant hospital employee noticed that he resembled
Tom Hanks.
Christopher Prey. Hospital staff
Thomas Hanks.
Notified police who responded and confirmed his identity. He was arrested, and he had apparently escaped custody on August 30th. The initial release, law enforcement said that he had stolen a Dodge Caravan while fully restrained with leg shackles, a belly chain, handcuffs, and restraint connecting all three together. They started to chase but ended the pursuit due to safety concerns, and he was in custody for alleged attempted murder, assault, robbery, and other charges. Wow. But he got stuck in the mud. You're right. We need some mud around here.
Sure.
Get our escaped convict. And that is what we have in the bizarre file for you this morning. All right, Kath, let's get a winner on the secret text word. Who's it going to be today?
5.
All right, we'll take the 5th caller at 215-263-WMMR and see if you know our secret text word. We'll come back with the winner in a moment. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve. On 93.3 WMMR.
Accessorizing your glow necklace.
Like what Twiggy wore in Buck Rogers.
Here's the audio of her showing it off. Here we go.
My necklace glows like a heartbeat. It moves to the rhythm of my heartbeat.
Oh my God, shut up.
My necklace glows like a heartbeat.
Wait.
It moves to the rhythm of my heartbeat.
Oh my God. My heartbeat. Wait, Steve, what are you putting in your mouth?
Something to puff. Give me something to puff out my lips.
Give him something. Wait, you need here, hold on. I have something.
Do you have cotton or something?
Tiny flashlight.
No,
Steve was trying to put a flashlight in his mouth. Not a flashlight, a flashlight.
Yeah, we do have those.
Stick a flashlight in your mouth.
Try that case.
Try that.
What do you have? Yeah, okay.
Close to the rhythm of
Wait,
my
this is
heart.
too big. What do you think I am, a Watusi warrior here? What'd you give him?
Do you think somebody told her to say that, or is that all on
Well,
her
I'm sure
own?
she's getting paid for
Well,
it.
I know, but where they say it's,
Sure.
it's to your heart.
Close to the rhythm.
My necklace glows like a heartbeat. It moves to the rhythm of my heartbeat.
You look like Bill Murray in where the giant plant when he goes to the dentist. Little Shop of Horrors. You look like
Little Shop of it goes to the beat of my heartbeat. It's right under my neck and it glows and it pumps to the heart of my heart. Glow. Turn on my heart light.
It moves to the rhythm of my heartbeat.
Oh my God!
Shut up.
Yeah. Well, this person, Simon Huck, is a conceptual artist, so it's.
I'm a conceptual artist, and I want your neck to glow.
Stop it. Okay. So they don't see that outside the bubble. The rest of the world is like, what are you doing?
I'm looking at one. Nick pulled this up. It looks like she has feathers growing out of her chest.
Yeah, see, this is Chrissy Teigen.
Okay, so Nick, do you have the other ones?
Kind of cool.
This is no.
That's cool.
She only posted one.
I mean, listen. It looks like studio makeup done for a movie.
Yes.
For a horror movie.
Yeah, a horror movie or some sort of
fantasy,
sci-fi
thing.
So why not be like the large singing plant from Little Shop of Horrors?
Yeah. So meanwhile,
Seymour?
So Teigen, sported a featherhead breastplate, they called it, while Tan France wore a piece made to look like ruffled skin with bioreactive crystals, and Pajik wore horn-like sculpted shoulders. That's it.
Okay, so the one that looks like mushrooms growing here, if we can get that one, I think it looks kind of really like Casey. You don't like things that look like openings and circles and indentations in a body.
Wouldn't it be awesome for like the socially elite for it to become fashionable to wear like a horn out of your forehead?
But Preston,
wouldn't it?
Like the
you're
Hunger
not
Games?
far.
Yeah.
Preston, the bagel thing.
Yeah.
The Japanese were doing the bagel implants on the forehead.
But I'd like to see like a rhino horn coming out of their forehead. Oh my God.
Charge.
Rhino. That's so rhino. All right, anyhow, the full exhibit of futuristic clothing-like objects inserted under the skin opens in New York City next week. The entrance fee to even see this stuff is $40 if you want to go check it out.
$40 to see these incredible expressions of self.
Ewan McGregor is in talks to reprise his role as Obi-Wan Kenobi in a series that centers around his Star Wars character for Disney Plus, according to the Hollywood Reporter.
It is Obi-Wan Kenobi, attorney at law. It's a departure.
That would be.
Yeah. I think you should let him off with time served. I'm giving you time served.
He's using the Jedi mind trick to sway the judge.
I think you should find him innocent. I'm finding you innocent. I object! There's no way that's legal!
It's totally legal.
Oh, my God.
I think you need to go to sleep. I got to go to sleep now.
That would be...
That would be
brilliant.
I would totally
Attorney at law.
This isn't the evidence you're looking for.
Yeah.
Even if you're stone cold guilty, give me a call.
Yeah, exactly. Those are the commercials. Yeah.
Demand Kenobi.
Yeah. And he's licensed in Missouri.
I am.
Yeah.
And even if I'm not, I'll convince them I am.
Yes, that's right.
I'm licensed in Missouri. He's licensed in Missouri.
Better call Obi.
Would he wear Would he be a cowboy hat?
Space cowboy.
Lawyer?
Yeah.
Type? Oh, my God. Obi-Wan Kenobi, attorney at law.
Anytime, day or night, even on New Year's Day.
Coming soon to Disney Plus.
Or Life Day on the Wookiee home planet.
No, this could be good. I loved him as Obi-Wan Kenobi. I didn't care for the series of movies, but I thought he pulled it off wonderfully.
He was the thing that kept me watching, and he provided, I believe, the emotional core to those. The second and third movies I really do like. I think they're good. In just tone and in some way, the distinction between the Abrams movies, the artificiality of the first trilogy was almost too much. It was so CGI'd that it was hard to connect to.
Yeah,
But
everything on the screen was fake.
Yeah.
Except for the people, and even in that case, a lot of like Jar Jar obviously was fake. But there's a big stretch of time where we don't know what happens with Obi-Wan, and maybe they'll fill in that time.
Yeah,
with his law career,
law school,
with this,
passing the bar.
Mr. Kenobi, do you have anything to say? John Houseman.
So anyhow, we'll see when that eventually
he gets his own judge show.
Obi-Wan Kenobi.
This bitch still got my TV. Give the TV back.
He's settling these small claims cases.
This bitch still got my TV.
Oh my God. Oh.
I suggest you return the TV. Give me the TV.
Miley Cyrus, you know about all that went on, she is officially living her best life after splitting with husband Liam Hemsworth. Soaking in that post-breakup glow with a potential new fling. The mother's daughter singer and the Hunger Games star called it quits on Saturday after less than 8 months of marriage and many more as a couple. The two announced that they've decided to, quote, focus on themselves and their careers in a joint statement.
The thing that is wild is, I guess about 4 months ago, she said she was bisexual, right? That she enjoyed relationships with women as well. And lo and behold, right? I'm sure you have the information there.
Well, yeah, so she is seemingly taking an on-to-the-next-level approach. As hours before the news broke, she was spotted kissing Caitlyn Carter. Carter recently ended her not-so-real marriage to reality TV star and Kardashian step-sibling Brody Jenner.
Can you imagine?
The two have been vacationing in Lake Como, Italy with Cyrus's sister and were seen packing on the PDA at the Il Sereno Hotel over the weekend, where onlookers said they were not trying to hide it at all.
Oh, this is all happening on Instagram. I've got to follow her, Preston. I'm missing so much.
Are you ready? So
please.
Here is her inspirational message. She wrote...
Do we have music that would...
I think you should cue... this is inspirational, so this is...
Oh, you want the
anthem. So she wrote, don't fight evolution because...
I hear you, bro.
You will never win. Like the mountain I'm standing on top of, which was once underwater, connected with Africa. What? Change is inevitable.
This is my fight song. Take back my life.
All right, and life is a climb, but the view is great.
This is my fight song.
Okay. You know what? I think you need a different one. Can you read that line back to me again?
Which one?
The climb one.
Okay.
This is
Life is a climb, but the view is great.
There's always gonna be another mountain. I'm always gonna wanna make it move.
You love that song.
Van Halen on 93.3 WMMR. That amazing album, 1984. Jump, of course. The back to school A to Z, as we are in the J-U portion of the alphabet. And more of those to come, a whole bunch of them. It is about 19 minutes after 10 o'clock. It's a hot day today, going up to 96, 97 degrees. Same thing tomorrow. We cool off slightly on Friday, high 93, and then Saturday and Sunday, 87, 82. Maybe some scattered storms thrown in there for good measure. So next couple days going to be a bit trying with the heat level and the humidity on top of it. Like to give something away. Oh, wait a minute. Why did I hit that button?
Oh, wait.
Pause that for a moment.
Pause it.
We need to get our secret text caller, and we were looking for caller number 5, and it's Craig that we are going to go to first of all. Hi, Craig. Good morning.
Good morning, guys. How y'all doing?
We're good. All right, Craig, do you happen to know the secret text word today?
Yes, sir. It is marathon.
Marathon is absolutely correct. Hang on a second, bud. Got your tickets to see Eddie Izzard Thursday, September 14th. That's at the Kimmel Center or the Kimmel Cultural Campus. The one and only Eddie Izzard back in North America for the first time in 4 years. A brand new comedy tour. Tickets for both nights, September 14th, 15th, are on sale now via KimmelCulturalCampus.org. We also got a random texter, and that is Brad Otell, who is from Morton, PA. So we will give you the tickets to see Eddie Izzard as well, Thursday, September 14th. All right, we're going to do today's lesson question, and we are going to give away a pair of tickets to join Casey, Nick, and Marissa for the special murder mystery event at Red Rum Theater on Wednesday, September 13th. And it's a 21 and over event. You get a complimentary buffet and a free drink and an admission tickets to the advanced screening of the film. The question that I'm going to ask is, let's do this. What were Ann Moore's chimps' names? 215-263 WMMR. They were all named the same thing. All right. What were Ann Moore's chimps named? 215-263 WMMR from our close to 7 o'clock time period. Let's see if you know the answer, and we'll do the trash while you're calling in.
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
All right, brought to you by 20th Century Studios. Head to WMMR.com to register to win tickets to join Casey, Marissa, and Nick at Red Rum Theater for a special murder mystery event to celebrate A Haunting in Venice. Only in theaters on September 15th. What's going on this morning, Steve?
Well, the rapper known as Blueface is dealing with the bombshell after his mother revealed to him the strong possibility that he and his baby mama are cousins. Blueface is reportedly taking some time to process all of this and has moved in with his brother Asshat. Hey! A U.S. Open fan was thrown out of a match yesterday after tennis star Alexander Zverev, I think it is, insisted the guy screamed, quote, the most famous Hitler phrase there is. Witnesses say the fan reportedly screamed, kiss my grits, which is not a Hitler phrase, but still disruptive. Hey! And finally, friends are speaking out about the nature of Kylie Jenner and Timothée Chalamet's relationship, describing it as uncomplicated. How uncomplicated? Well, apparently Kylie tugs on it, and Chalamet says, ooh, yeah. That's Hollywood trash.
Nothing complicated about that
Nothing
at
complicated at all.
All right, we will see if we can get an answer to today's stupid question. What were Ann Moore's chimps named? 215-263-WMMR. We're going to go to Chip, see if we can get the answer. Hey, Chip, good morning.
Good morning.
All right, Chip, what were Ann Moore's chimps named?
Bobo?
Bongo, yes. We're going with that. Bobo, bongo.
Same thing.
Sometimes we're lenient, other times we're not. And we're going to give Chip the prize. We're going to give him tickets to see, well, along with Casey, Nick, and Marissa, the special murder mystery event at the Red Rum Theater. Wednesday, September 13th, courtesy of 20th Century Studios, A Haunting in Venice. It's a 21 and over event. It includes complimentary buffet, free first drink, and admission to the advanced screening of the film, only in theaters September 15th. Another chance to win at WMMR.com.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR. Oh, boy.
Brought to you by Sports and Social. Cheer on the Birds, just steps away from the stadium at Sports and Social in Live Casino and Hotel Philly. And you can watch the game on a 52-foot big screen with halftime contest, Bud Light giveaways, memorabilia, and a bunch more. Rolling Stones announced a YouTube event for their new album, Hackney Diamonds. Full details will be shared in the Hackney district of East London today, where Mick Jagger, Keith Richards, and Ron Wood will be interviewed by Jimmy Fallon.
Interesting.
The event will be exclusively streamed on the Rolling Stones YouTube channel. Fans first gained knowledge of the new music a few weeks ago through a series of clues the Stones dropped in newspapers and billboards.
Oh, hey, Hackney Diamonds.
In a press release, the band stated Hackney may be at the heart of Hackney Diamonds, but this is a truly global moment we want to share with fans around the world via YouTube. Along with the teaser of Jimmy Fallon being beckoned to the event, the band posted what looked to be the title of the first single, which is called Don't Get Angry With Me. And this Hackney Diamonds will mark the first new Rolling Stones album of original music since the release of 2005's A Bigger Bang.
Wow.
It's been a while.
Yeah, it has been quite a while.
Hackney Diamonds will also be the first Stones release since the death of Charlie Watts. And he performed on nearly every recorded song.
Do we have a clip?
Performed in 1962.
There was something that was coming over around nowish.
Is it the bit with Fallon?
No, it was a song.
Yeah, not yet.
Well, I mean, there was an embargo. We were allowed to tease on it, and then I thought there was there was a story out. There was a press conference at 9:30.
London time.
Well, I don't know. But then there was also supposed to be a song that was supposed to come with it.
Yeah, that's what I was hearing.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe not.
Don't have anything for you right now, though. So stick with us. So maybe we'll hear a little sliver of it at some point on the on MMR's broadcast day. Ann Wilson has released a new live version of her single, This Is Now. It ties with her tour. She's currently on the road and posts online. Seeing all of your beautiful faces from the stage each night is something I never take for granted, and her responses in the new songs have been beyond gratifying to me. Her new album, Another Door, will be out September 29th. Now, as for Heart, in a recent interview, Nancy Wilson said that she and her sister have been working on new music together.
That's cool.
In describing it, she said, it's closer to what you would have heard us originally do in the 70s, the late 70s, so it's really fun. It's just exciting and inspiring, so no release date was given as of yet.
So more straight up rock than pop?
I guess that's the story.
Because they were
really cool.
They went into a pop phase, which was still good.
Yeah, they had tremendous success in that pop phase, but I personally prefer the rockier stuff.
As do I.
So,
Yeah. That's right.
And so does Rocky.
Hey, so do I.
And
There's her from Seattle, you know.
yeah, what about did you like the All I Want to Do Is Make Love to You?
Yeah, yo, what a story behind that.
Yeah.
So she bangs this dude in a motel because her husband can't give her a kid, and then it's just a total mess.
Yeah, total
It's
mess.
like when I banged Adrian. It was not that good.
Would you describe it as a total mess?
No, it was a total mess. So I went back to doing buckets.
Oh.
Yo. The heart wants what the heart wants.
Okay, the 30th anniversary edition.
That's how I got worms.
You got worms?
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah. Do not sleep with an unclean dog.
The 30th anniversary edition of Nirvana's In Utero is set for release on October 27th. Nirvana's third and ultimately final studio album was considered to be one of the most impactful records. One of the most impactful.
Now we're playing a new record.
So tired for some reason.
I was a big fan of Butch Cassidy and Sundance Kid with Paul Newman and Robert Redford.
No, impactful records of the modern era.
Which record is this? In Utero?
In Utero.
All right.
The remastered album comes in several formats with a total of 72 tracks. 53 have never been released.
Wow.
It includes
That's insane.
2 full In Utero era concerts, LA in 93, and the band's final Seattle performance in 94, plus 6 bonus live tracks from Rome, Springfield, and New York. Springfield?
You know, every state has a Springfield.
That's right. And then finally, we'll end with this cute story. A music-loving dog was reunited to her family after escaping from her home and sneaking into a Metallica concert in California.
Wow.
The German Shepherd named Storm was taken to a shelter after being found sitting in a seat during the Metallica show at SoFi Stadium
That's
in
so cool.
Inglewood.
Wait, the dog's name is Storm?
Yeah.
So this was shelter for the storm?
I guess so. So the band said in a social media post after a full night taking in the show with her Metallica family, Storm was safely reunited with her actual family the next day.
That is a fine-looking dog.
They said she had a great
Stay
time
away.
listening to her favorite songs, including Barks Eterna, Master of Puppies.
I get it.
And The Mailman That Never Comes. Storm's owner, Kathy Villa and Arabeth Furtado said that they don't know how the dog got out of the house. They said they found out about Storm's concert adventure when they saw the photo online.
How does a dog make it all the way into a venue like that, unchecked?
Villa said, I kept
And had to take it, obviously.
reading the captions, and I was like, dude, she was really there in a seat. Like if she had bought a ticket. So Hurtado said that Storm is used to loud music being played in the house, but it was a surprise to see her at an actual concert.
With any pictures? Did you see pictures?
I didn't see any pictures, no. And that is all I have in music news for you. So we have one final break to take. We're going to come back in a second, get our letter of the day for the Word of the Week prize, and get ready to move out of the way. But one more clip or one more song, I should say, for the Back to School A to Z. We'll be right back.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Has been the only one in this love square laying relatively low. He stepped out with his brother Chris in Byron Bay, Australia, where the two picked up some frozen yogurt. So they hit up Froyo.
Hey, you want some yogurt or something? Hey, we'll get frozen yogurt.
But he did break his silence a little bit. The 29-year-old was, like I said, was hanging out with Chris. And
Man, let me eat my yogurt.
It seems Liam isn't quite ready to jump back in. And Liam told Daily Mail Australia when asked about the split, "You don't understand what it's like. I don't want to talk about it, mate."
I feel bad for him.
Yeah.
I mean, he entered it. She seemed like a safe bet, Miley Cyrus, that she would be the wife he had always wanted. But no, listen, the heart wants what the heart wants, Preston. And this heart wanted another chick.
I guess so, right? It's. I was about to say it's so funny, but not funny. It's just
ha funny.
No,
like I make you laugh.
It's interesting to watch couples in an off-again, on-again relationship, and you and your friends who know these people know. You know.
Yes.
It's never going to work. It's never going to work. But then one of them goes, let's get married.
Yeah.
And now I'm going to be serious about it. This is it. I'm diving in. And they think that is going to be the Band-Aid, that's going to be the big...
Oh yeah, the impression of commitment. Yes.
Yeah.
Let's have the trappings of commitment. Yeah. Without the commitment.
And then they don't realize after it just goes back to the same old crap, and it didn't.
And there you are eating yogurt with your brother.
Yeah, exactly.
There you are eating froyo with your brother.
It's also funny to watch the reactions because he's laying low, not saying anything, not posting anything on Instagram. Meanwhile, Miley is going nuts on Instagram.
She's finger blasting somebody in Lake Como.
And they're both, she and this Caitlyn girl are both posting a ton of hot photos of themselves. So in order for them to get validation post breakup, they need to post these superficial shots of themselves. Right. Whereas Liam is just like, I'm going to get some frozen yogurt.
And not for anything. Just, I don't know, live your life how you want to live, but maybe be a little respectful of the marriage you just had. Right? I mean, just take a little bit of a breather before you're squatting on each other's faces and pictures on Instagram.
So they were married for roughly 8 months, but they'd been together on and off for more than a decade.
Yeah, a long time.
Anyhow, some question whether their elaborate ceremony in Nihi on Sumba.
This is all made up.
Is this all? Are these real
These
words,
are pretend
Nick?
places.
You're our geographer.
I know places, but yeah, this one's a mystery to me.
In Nihi on Sumba.
How do you spell it? How do you spell it?
Where'd you get married? Nihi.
How do you spell Nihi?
Nihi.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you said Ehe. That's a town one over.
No.
It's like Shelbyville and Springfield.
What?
That's how they sound in Ehe.
Oh, Nihi Sumba. It's all.
Oh.
All right. Is it an island nation?
Yeah, it's in.
It's right next to Nelby Tai Tai.
It's in Indonesia.
Oh, dear Lord. Is right next to Nihi on Sumba.
Just south of Iso Tai Tai.
Where y'all going? What?
That's the main city.
Yeah.
I'm going into where you're going. Wait.
So people are wondering if their ceremony in Nihi on Sumba in June of 2018 was legally binding or not. They might not really be married. Okay. So that was a big story.
It sort of rocked my world. Let me ask you this: then you all worked in besides? Did you all work in regular restaurants?
Fast food, yeah.
For servers, is how commonplace is it to on the way from the?
No. Not the way.
But
we talked about this.
Maybe
on the way back.
Maybe up on the counter.
No, on the way out.
Yeah.
Because the way the kitchen that I worked in, you'd put up, order up, you put it up on a counter.
Like there's a whole plate of fries.
And it was still in the kitchen, so it wasn't in line of sight for the customers. So they could probably grab a fry and eat one on the way out,
It was never that for me.
You never did that?
No, but I
never.
But I sucked all the nitrous out of the whipped cream.
Really?
I watched.
Dude, my waiter just took a dump on our table.
I watched one waitress. She had like 3 or 4 different whipped cream things that just was like cream juice because it had no nitrogen. What's going on here? These are all broken.
Do you remember?
Dripping out.
I don't know. I have no idea.
Casey.
That's messed up there.
Casey, at a place called the Coffee. You remember the Coffee Beanery?
Yeah.
All right, so the same thing happened. I wanted whipped cream on hot chocolate.
Oh my God.
The guy's like, he's going through the cans. I said to him, what are the odds that 6 cans of whipped cream have no propellant in them?
And Steve, did you know that when you do nitrous, it's like sulfur hexafluoride?
Yeah. It makes your voice sound like this.
Yeah.
Did you folks like some espresso?
Just a side note, that stuff killed brain cells so fast.
Oh my God.
It was so stupid.
Dude, also, I watch people in the parking lot doing these things and walking at the same time. Rule number 1, sit down first. Because you're going to fall and smash your face into a parking block.
Oh, yeah.
I gotta get to surgery. I'm a neurosurgeon.
Preston, you know that thing that you got me where you can stick your phone in the vents of your air conditioner?
Yes.
I saw somebody that has.
That's how you heat up your chicken?
No, Steve, it's even more ridiculous than that. And he listens to the show. I'm not going to out you, but he has one of these things that goes into the vent that you put in
air freshener.
No, barbecue sauce or honey and mustard or something like a chicken nugget.
He has like a caddy.
Get out of here!
I swear to God.
I like that. I like that.
Because
That's great.
It's exactly what it looked like.
It's like having a Fixins bar on your dashboard.
And I made a joke about it, like, "Hey, well, I can't believe you have a barbecue sauce holder here." He goes, "Yeah, I found it on." It was like ad on Instagram. I was like, "That's actually what this is."
Steve, that's like getting a limited edition, like Jeep or something. This is a Roy Rogers.
Right, Roy Rogers. Look at this. The signal squirts horsey sauce. Yeah, the rear view, Preston. It's like you're milking a cow.
All right, TMZ reports that Davy Chase. Now, I looked her up, and it says she started the ring. She was Samara. She's the psycho.
Yes.
The scary girl.
The girl in the well.
And by the way, turns out she's gorgeous.
Yes, she is.
She was arrested, and she was arrested on a drug possession charge and spent some time behind bars. Yeah.
But she escaped through the television, didn't she?
She did. She managed to get out
I
of
knew
there
we were
through the
going that
TV.
way.
But she's had some run-ins. Last year, she was locked up after cops pulled her over for joyriding in an allegedly stolen car.
She was locked up for 7 days.
Is the phone rings after 7 days or something like
In
that?
7 days. Yeah, that's when you die. You have 7 days to get your affairs in order before you're... 7 days.
It's been a while since I've seen that movie. 6.5.
7 business days.
Business days? So that means I get the weekend, too?
Well, it's Monday's Labor Day, so about 8 days. All right, just stay there. I'm going to come over and kill you now.
Yeah, if you could be more specific, it might help in planning. So,
what if I go across the international date line? Let me get back to you.
Coming up soon, we'll be addressing Halloween. But
Yes.
it's a favorite costume for Halloween. Back to school, A to Z on 93.3 WMMR. We're in the JUs with Jumper.
Yeah.
We got a few Jump songs. There's 3 of them. To be specific, Van Halen brought us in with Jump. And you got Third Eye Blind with Jumper. What's going to be the next one? You're going to have to wait and find out in just a little bit. And then we get into, after the jumps, we head to the jungle, and then we spend a little while with the Justs.
Yes.
And there's a series of really great songs from the Just portion of the Back to School A to Z. Loving this thing, and loving the fact that it's going to drag out even longer than usual.
It's stuff you just do not hear all the time.
So much fun. I would take this time to thank Patton Oswalt for being on our show today, but he actually called in.
Yeah.
When he was supposed to for the interview, but he's got some kind of a family thing that came up and was very, very apologetic and said he's going to check in with us later in the week.
No problem. We understand.
Which is fine.
Yeah.
But looking forward to talking to him because he's going to be at City Winery coming up on October 7th. And apologies to the Fox Good Day people. We were supposed to do our segment on there, and we kept talking.
Thought
And
it
we
was
talked
Tuesday.
right over the time. It feels like Tuesday. It's Wednesday.
Yeah.
And so, whatever. It is what it is.
Wednesday, Sunday at Carvel. Same thing.
That's what they say. Sarah Parker is here.
The letter J is a Preston letter, isn't it? With
Totally.
Foreigner.
Oh,
Van
yeah.
Halen.
And Van Halen.
And you say, I haven't looked at the list yet for today. There's still more J songs?
Lots of
I
Js.
thought we were almost out.
No, there's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. There's
So
like,
over an hour's worth.
there's like 14 left. So, yeah.
you're
it's
going to be clocking some.
a good
yeah.
hours of
All right.
J's. I'm trying to see if any of them are really long songs. Yeah, there is a 9.5 minute long J song that we are 2 songs away from.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Are you taking a guess,
It's a
Sarah?
good one.
I'm trying. I can't think of it.
Mm.
So I'll be surprised along with everyone else at the same time.
Is it
one of the-
Jungle to the Welcome?
No, it is not.
Yes, Jungle to the Welcome.
But it is in the jungle. All right.
All right.
Oh, I know.
I I know what it is.
It's a great song.
Yeah.
It's 9 minutes and 33 seconds, right?
It says 9:28 on here.
Let's
but
just say 9:33.
It says 9:30.
Well, we have the maybe we have the edited version.
Maybe. It just takes those 5 seconds off.
Yeah.
So I guess we didn't need to do any thank yous, so we can just do our letter of the day, Sarah, if you're ready for that.
I'm so ready.
All right, here. God damn it.
the hell's going
That's
on?
my ready music.
I'm bringing up the wrong fader. Here we go.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
And the Preston and Steve Show is brought to you today by the letter
T, as in today.
All right, T is in today, and that means we're going to give away a 4-pack of tickets, VIP sound check passes, and 2 hotel rooms for the night as MMR rocks Evanescence, and that is this Friday, September 8th, Ovation Hall at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. Tickets are on sale now via Ticketmaster, and complete details at WMMR.com. You must be at least 21 years of age in order to win that prize, and we're only a couple days away from getting that to you. So more A to Z.
More alphabetical songs.
Yep.
It's going to rock. It's going to be everything you expect. And make sure you follow along on WMMR.com. I also have tickets to the One Fine Day Fest this Saturday at the Man with your friend G Love.
Yeah.
Also Sting, who I think we can consider him a friend of the show now, right?
so.
A dear friend at this point.
Sting,
Yeah.
Shaggy, Thundercat, all as well. And we're going to have a good time.
Now, he's asked me to be godparent to his next grandchild.
That's great.
Wow.
Yeah, so that's
I didn't know it was that intense.
Very quickly, our relationship grew very, very quickly. I want to thank our sponsors. The Preston and Steve Show is brought to you today by Duncan, and the Preston and Steve Show runs on Duncan. Also brought to you by the Pennsylvania Renaissance Fair. Buy advance tickets at parenfair.com. Tomorrow on the program, we have Comedic Cody.
Yeah.
Who's Comedic Cody?
He's doing a one-off show at Helium.
Okay.
He is a TikToker's sensation.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah.
I was not familiar with the
5
name.
million followers on TikTok. I don't follow him, but
All right. Well, we'll find out. We'll
get
find out
his
what
work.
he's all about tomorrow. And then our friends Alicia Vitarelli and Alana Gomez are going to be in studio from 6 ABC, which is going to be great. Yeah. So that's it. We're done. Rage on. Have a great day. And we will see you tomorrow, friend. Bye-bye.